Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I am your host, Cooley. Tonight is open panel debate night, and we are reacting to Myron Gaines doing his college tour at Penn State over where we at. We're over right by Penn State College. And then we'll also be reacting to Steven Crowder at the barbershop, and then a few other things. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. Get the likes up as you come on in. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you already aren't. We are currently live on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok right now. We'll stay live on Facebook and TikTok for about, I would say, maybe 45 minutes. So everyone that's tuning in on TikTok and Facebook, just prepare to come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. Now, we got a few links in the YouTube description. The first link is going to be to join the stream. So if you want to debate me tonight on anything, if you disagree with some of my takes, if you have a point of contention, or if you're just a hater, you hate everything about David Cooley and No Fugazee, tonight's your night, man. You can come on up and you can debate me about anything you want. You can confront me on anything you want. We keep it No Fugazee here, man. So we have it open to the public, right? To ask any questions or debate me about anything. The next link in the YouTube description is going to be for the members. So if you like the podcast and you want to continue to support it and watch it grow, become a member, man. We are at 400,000 subscribers, and it hasn't even been 3 years. We are still under 3 years. We're about 2.5 years in, and we already reached 400K. So become a member, man, and you get a lot of different special perks and privileges. We got 3 tiers. First tier is gang, second tier is hitman, third tier is mob ties. You join any of those tiers, you are locked in with us. And we actually just got a member that just joined a tier. So let me go ahead and give him a little shout out real quick. We got Lewis Ray. He joined the gang. Welcome to the gang, Lewis Ray. Shout outs to you, man. All right. And then the next link in the YouTube description is going to be for one-on-one consultations. If you want to speak to me directly, go ahead and book a consultation. Then we have the Clips channel. The link to the Clips channel, we post clips on there daily. If you don't have time to watch the full, 2 hour to 4 hour to sometimes even 8 hour stream, then go on over to the Clips channel, subscribe, and we break things down into shorter form content where it's about 10 minutes to 30 minutes long. And then all of the other links in the YouTube description is going to be for the membership. I'm sorry, for the social media platforms. So we got the TikTok, the Instagram, the Facebook, the X account is in there as well. So if you want to get in contact with myself or anyone from my team, join them. You can click one of the links and you can hit us up from our social media platforms. All right, so do this for me real quick. It doesn't matter where you're watching. If you're watching on Facebook, TikTok, or YouTube, click the like button, man. Like, don't be a ninja watcher, even if you're a hater. If you're a hater, click the like button, because usually haters, they need something to hate on. So if you like the podcast, it helps push the content in the algorithm so you can continue to hate some more. So that's what happens, man. So we see I got some people in here joining the stream already. We got Chris M, we got Jazz, and we got Rain in here already joining the stream. I'll be bringing you guys up momentarily, just for the people that's joining the stream right now, so you understand how open panel debate night works and reaction night works. I'll be reacting to content, and then I'll also be bringing people up for open panel debate. So I see you backstage. Make sure your camera is on and make sure your audio is on. So once again, your camera and your audio has to be on when you join open panel debate night. You can join through your phone or you can join through a laptop. If you're joining through your phone, and let's say if that link doesn't work, the link that's in the YouTube description, if that doesn't work, just copy the link and put it into your YouTube, put it into your browser on your phone. So your internet browser, Internet Explorer or Safari, put it in there and then it'll work. But just make sure your camera's on, audio is on, and then I'll start bringing people up. Normally it takes about 10 to 15 minutes to get through some clips, and then I'll start bringing some people up after that. So we already got people joining, so that's a good thing. All right, let's hop into the first clip and see what we got. So most of these clips have been sent to us by our members. So that's one of the perks. If you become a member and you want to get my take on something live, my fresh reaction, you can send me some clips. So that's what we're going to be reacting to now. And then we'll get into the Steven Crowder at the barbershop, and then we'll get into the Myron Gaines reactions as well. All right, so let's get into this first reaction first. Let's see what we got from one of the members. All right.
What type?
I do.
What's your type?
A man's man, a hybrid, meaning he knows how to be in his masculine energy, but also his feminine energy. He's a hybrid.
This chick is delusional already. Oh, I want a hybrid. What are we? You ever seen a movie with vampires and lichens? What is it called? The movie with Celine. She's like the vampire underworld. What is men? Like, what are men? Lichens mixed with vampires? I want a hybrid, a man that has in touch with his masculinity and his femininity. Like, what is you talking about? Imagine if a man said, yeah, I want a chick that's a hybrid. I want her to be feminine, but, I do want her to be in touch with her masculine side as well. But like, nigga, you gay. Like, what are you talking about? This chick is delusional. I think her name is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She's been dumb for a minute, and she continues on to be dumb. I want a hybrid. Meanwhile, she's like 43, 44 years old, can't even keep a man, but she wants a hybrid. So you want homie to wear a dress on a Saturday night for his feminine energy, and then you want him to wear some cargo pants and a V-neck or something on a Friday. Like, what are you talking about, chick? She says anything. Let's continue on.
Has balance within himself, a man who knows how to submit and love, but also has backbone, knows how to stand up to what he believes is respectful for him and his values, meaning he's very gentle to me in my strong voice and my strong opinion and my powerhouse.
It makes sense because meaning he's very gentle to me and my strong voice and my opinion. This is the reason why she wants the man to be feminine at times so she can control the man. She doesn't want a man to just be masculine. No, I need you to be a little feminine so you're gentle to me so I can control you. Let's continue on.
Housewoman I am. Can you check me in a safe space?
Yeah.
Not can you disempower me?
That's weak.
Can you check me?
This nigga talking about that's weak. Come on, bro. What did you? I know you have guests on your show, but you don't got to ad lib if she's speaking nonsense. Maybe you're not aware that she's speaking nonsense, but I'm going to break it down to you. So she wants a man that basically she wants to be the leader in the relationship because her emotions, basically she uses emotional manipulation to control the man. Right? If I'm sad or if I'm down, I want the man to be feminine and to be docile where he can know when to suppress his masculinity so I can control him so I can be emotional. Right? I'm going to be a wreck. I'm going to be emotional. I'm going to be rambunctious. I'm going to be loud sometimes. And I want the man to tolerate my inadequacies as a female so I can control him. This is why I want him to be feminine and also masculine, which in her words is a hybrid. Let's continue on.
In a safe space. Oh, powerful women, we enjoy being checked as long as it's safe. We enjoy seeing your backbone.
Think about that. A powerful woman, we enjoy being checked as long as it's safe. Chat, I want you guys to understand something, because a woman like this is a dangerous woman. This is an evil woman. We enjoy being checked as long as it's safe. So you can't check me unless you say things and do things how I want you to do it. Or I am not going to be checked. I'm not going to listen to you unless you say things and do things the way I want you to. And essentially what she's saying is she wants to tone police the man, meaning if you speak to her away, don't speak to me like that. Meaning that she will continue on to have an attitude unless you change the tone of your voice. Remember, she's not going to change at all for the man unless the man changes first. This is not a submissive woman at all. This is a masculine woman, right? And she's very masculine. This is why she wants a man that's feminine, once again, so she can control this man. Essentially, she wants to be the leader in the relationship and use her emotions to manipulate the man to get what she wants out of the man and always maintain leverage in the relationship. That's all she wants to do. So if you come around a woman like this, chat, just know that she's recreational use only. And her actual life experience, this woman on the screen, her life experience is recreational use only, because she only messes with men and they smash and they dispose of her and they never wife her up.
As long as it's honoring. You can honor me and realign me at the same time if you are a man's man. A real alpha man isn't a man who's overpowering.
A real alpha man. A real alpha man. You are a woman. Why? What? You don't even know what a real alpha man is because you don't even have a man. You can't keep a man. Every man you've been with smashed and dashed. What do you know about men? This chick is delusional. I don't know how she continues to go on these platforms and the host sits there and gives, no rebuttals. They just let her speak this nonsense and they have no refutations for any of the things that she says. And it seems like this happens on these black podcasts. I don't know why, but a lot of these black podcasts is soft. I'm the only one standing that's masculine. That's going to not, allow this whore, this 304, to speak without being checked. Yeah, you could speak, but it's definitely going to turn into a debate. You would have to essentially, basically expound on every point, prove what you're saying, and speak in a logical way without contradicting yourself, or I will make you look silly up here. You're going to look crazy talking to me.
It isn't a man who's controlling and running stuff and it's his way. That is called narcissistic. Mm-hmm. A real alpha man has balance.
It isn't a man that's controlling. Okay, so cool, got it. So you said a real alpha man isn't the man that's controlling. But why is it that you want to control the man by tone policing the man, by using emotional manipulation for when you have an attitude or when you're frustrated? In order for him to check you, in order for you to be checked, he needs to do it in the right way. Well, what do you mean the right way, right? It's God over man, man over woman, woman over children. So with that being said, no, the man is your leader. The man is your God on this earth, right? So it's you submit to the man. There's no negotiating with the man. If that's your leader, you don't negotiate with the leader. No, you submit to the man and you follow his lead. And however he speaks to you, you submit. Yes, master. Right? This is why she's been single for all of these years, because she don't know how to submit. She wants a hybrid, a man that's in touch with his masculinity, but also the femininity side, so she can control that side. Right? This chick is delusional.
When he looks a certain way, that woman understands what that means. Mm-hmm. Powerful woman like myself would adhere willingly.
You're a liar. You wouldn't adhere willingly because you just said that he got to check you a specific way. You can only be checked in a way where it's digestible to you. No, a real submissive woman is like, listen, my man says this, no matter how he says it, I'm going to listen because I love my man. I basically already do the most ultimate form of submission anyway by having sex with the man. Once again, chat, the most ultimate form of submission for the woman is sex. Like, think about it. When a woman opens up her legs and allows someone to slide in between her soul gaps, smack it and flip it around, that is the most ultimate form of submission for the woman. So every other form of submission is a lesser form. So if you allow someone to have sex with you, woman, then the other things should already be basically a guarantee, because if the man that you're having sex with isn't, a man that you want to listen to and follow, then you shouldn't be having sex with that man. I'll repeat, chicks in the chat or any women that's listening, if you're going to open up your legs to a man, right? That is the most ultimate form of submission. So if you're going to open up your legs to a man, what his way or the highway, it's his law and you follow his law, right? He essentially is your God on this earth. You listen to that man, because if that man isn't worthy enough to listen to, then he shouldn't have been worthy enough to lay with you, to have sex with you. Women play it all backwards. This is why this chick is evil. She's evil. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh, well, yeah, like I'm going to have sex with a man, allow him to dominate me, but then I'm going to give him attitude and he can't check me unless he's like, speaking to me this specific certain type of way so my feelings isn't hurt. What? That's backwards. This chick is dumb.
And wait to a man who's really in his alpha, because that man loves me when he's checking me. That man is loving me.
Dumb. Love and fly. Okay. I've never heard of this podcast. Whoever knows of this podcast, get me on here with her. Help you guys out. All right, let's get to another clip. Everybody in the chat, get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. I see you in here. Get the likes up now. We are live on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. Let's go. All right, that's the first clip. We got some people backstage. Bring some people up. So we're going to get to every clip we react to. Then we're going to bring people up. Once again, we are live. If you want to go ahead and join Open Panel Debate Night, it's the first link in the YouTube description. Click that link. I'll bring you on up. Or it's the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. If you click that link, I will bring you on up. All right, we got Chris M. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about? I got no audio from you. No audio. You got to turn your audio on.
My name is Chris. You hear me now?
I can hear you good, yeah.
Yeah, so my name is Chris. I'm from Africa, but I live in the U.S. in Washington State. And today I just want to talk about a little bit about, maybe more if we get a chance, about Charlie. Because I've been following Charlie on his social media, and I love this guy so much because, me parents, we born in the church, like my family, we both came from the church.
Okay, so you want to speak about Charlie, and what do you want to debate about? So it's open panel debate about, it's open panel debate. So is the debate about Charlie? You said you love Charlie?
Yeah, I like to talk about Charlie. And I want to talk about that woman, that video you showed up like 2-3 minutes ago.
Okay,
and
so let me help you out real quick, Chris. So tonight is debate night. Who you're debating is me, right? You got to debate me. So if you disagree with something that I said in regards to Charlie or in regards to what you just heard on what I just reacted to, let me know what you want to debate with me about.
Oh,
yeah, it's open panel debate night.
Okay, so I don't see anything that I'm against you about, like any debate about something you talked about the woman or something like that. But my
okay, all right, listen.
Yeah,
that's fine. If you don't disagree with any of the things that I said, that's cool, man. I appreciate your support then. other than that, though, thank you for supporting. I'm going to get to the next caller. Have a blessed one.
You too, man.
All right. See who else we got back here. Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
Well, I didn't really want to debate. My name's Mindset Manny, by the way. I've been watching you for a little minute. I like the content.
I appreciate the support, man. Well, tonight is open panel debate night, so I got to go ahead and let you go, man. I appreciate the support, though, brother.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Peace. All right. Once again, chat, if you're tuning in and if you're watching, tonight is open panel debate night. If you are a fan of mine and you like the things that I say, I highly appreciate it. Thank you very much. But we want to get the people that, disagree with the things that I say, disagree with my takes. We want to get those people up, right? So we can have some debates. All right, let's get to the next clip. Actually, before I get to the next clip, I know we got some super chats in here. Let me get to the super chats real quick. And then I'll go ahead and get to the next clip. Give me 1 second here. All right. We got Dane Snyder. He says, Cooley, according to these masculine women, if you don't submit to them, then you don't love your mama. They're full of knowledge about what a real man is. Never had a successful relationship, though. These are facts, Dane Snyder. These are facts. Yeah, man. That chick is just delusional. Like, yeah, if you don't speak to the woman in a certain way, and if you don't basically suppress your masculinity and come down to her level, then you don't love her. And that isn't truly what they don't even take it like that, right? I get what you're saying, Dana, and I do agree. That's how they say that. Well, I don't love you if you don't speak to me this way. Really, that's not it. These women have a problem with control. They want to control the man's behavior. And the reason why these type of women seek control, they seek external control because they lack internal control. I repeat, these type of women are evil. They seek out external control, meaning that they want to control the things around them because they lack self-controlling their emotions, their feelings, their mood. They lack the control within. And if you think about that, it makes complete sense, because if you lack control within, you're always trying to grasp on something to control on the outside, right? That's a lot with these schizophrenic people and these psychotic people that has these mental issues. They lack this self-control, so they'll do things to hurt someone else. They'll do something to manipulate someone else because they lack all of these things internally. So I'm being truthful. If you're speaking to a woman like the woman that I just reacted to, you run and never look back. All right. Let's get to... okay, we got another super chat from Dane. Dane says in $5 says, Cooley, glad to see you could finally make it to your own podcast. I know you weren't busy doing your hair. Yeah, man, I wasn't doing it. It's got a low cut, man. It ain't even fresh. I did this on, when I cut my hair. Was it Thursday? Thursday or Friday? No, it was Friday. I cut my hair Friday, so... All right, let's get to another clip real quick. And you know what? Let me go ahead and copy this link to join the stream, and I'm going to put it on Facebook. And I'm going to actually put it on TikTok too. Put it in the comments on TikTok so people can join from Facebook and TikTok. Let's see here. All right. So everybody on Facebook, here's the link. I'm putting it in the comments. So if you want to join up, you want to debate me, you want to ask me some questions about my worldview. Once again, things to debate me about. I'll just give you a quick overview of my worldview for a quick moment. Meta ethics, a Christian. My faith is Christianity, so that's I said meta ethics. That's my ethics that I follow. In regards to feminism, I think that feminism is a lie. In regards to black people and their victim mindset, I think that they live in a delusion and they have the mindset of their mothers. In regards to, let's see, if you're religious and you're atheist, we can debate that. Dating and relationship conversations, I think that the man is the leader. I think that the patriarchy is a good thing. I think that it's necessary. I think that there's no such thing as a matriarchy at all. So yeah, that's a little bit with my worldview. If you want to come up, if you want to test me on that. Also, again, I think that Charlie Kirk, I didn't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk stood for. Had many disagreements, but overall, I think that he was a voice of good. So if you are totally against Charlie Kirk and maybe you think he's a racist, you can debate me about that. Let's see what else. Yeah, I think that's about it. But most of you guys watch my content in regards to when I'm having open panel debate nights or when I'm doing my full panel dating and relationship shows. So you see my content. I'm very popular all over social media. So you should, if you disagree with something, you would know. So don't be afraid to click the link in the YouTube description. Click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. And now I just posted the link in Facebook. So click the link there. Let me post it again. Link to join stream. Booyah. There you go. There y'all go. All right, let's see. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
Yeah, so my name is Andy, and I'm from Ghana, right? So I want to ask this question. I've been dating this girl for about 3 years now, and she's really cool. I like her. She likes me and all that. But there's this thing that I'm really, really insecure about it. It's the fact that she has so many male friends around, and that's really pissed me off. I've been trying to talk her out of it, and she doesn't seem to cut those ties, and I'm really, really sad, and I don't even know what to do.
Yeah, man. So look, this is not coaching night and, coaching men on dating and relationships. I'm happy to speak with you. I'm happy to give you some insight and a solution to your problem. If you click the third link in the YouTube description, if you click the third link that I have pinned in the YouTube description, you can sign up for one-on-one coaching. I'll be happy to speak to you. Okay. So you can book a one-on-one. Yep. Book a one-on-one consultation with me, man. And I got you.
Okay, bro.
All right. Have a good one. All right. Let's see. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
My debate is, my name is Twin. My debate is, what are we doing as a country, as a city, or as a community? All I hear is depression, or now we're going through what's called the depression. I guess we have the army in the District of Columbia. It makes no sense to me. I guess we're fighting ourselves we're fighting the nation. We're going to war for no reason. If you
Okay.
ask me.
What do you want to debate about?
My debate is, why do we go to war? Why are we fighting other countries?
Why
For
do we go to war and why are we fighting other countries?
For what?
Okay, do you know what I just said? So a debate is, we cannot have a debate if we don't have a disagreement, right?
Okay.
If we don't have a disagreement, it'll just be a conversation.
Okay.
And nothing is wrong with conversations. Yeah, I have conversations all the time. But if you watched me before,
I
have you
have.
ever disagreed with any of my takes?
No, I haven't so
Well,
far.
then it ain't for you. Tonight isn't for you, then, brother.
All right.
Tonight isn't for you, twin. And you don't look like me, man. You got a fresh baldy, but I'll let you go, brother.
No,
Have a blessed
I mean,
one.
I already know that. I already know that.
Have a blessed one, man.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
you
Have a good
too.
one. All right, let's react to some clips until we actually get some people in here that want to debate. I'm not sure what's going on here, but god dang. All right, let's go. All right, let's see what this is. I'm not sure what it is, but one of the members sent it to me. Let's see.
This might be the most eyebrow-raising name of a bill you'll hear all year. It's called the Conception Begins at Erection Act, and it's real. Two Ohio lawmakers, Anita Somani and Tristan Rader, say they plan to introduce this soon. Basically, the law would make it a felony for men to discharge semen without the intent of getting a woman pregnant.
I mean, so far, that bill is pretty base. Hey, man, no masturbation over here, man. Listen, man, don't be having sex unless you having sex to get a chick pregnant. What are you doing? That's a crazy bill, though. What is this? This sounds stupid. Let's continue on.
The first offense, a $1,000 fine. Second, $5,000.
Yeah, how they finna check somebody if they, how they finna check men and find them and have knowledge that they busting nuts out here, right? Without intent of getting a chick pregnant. What? You have to get rid of the entire corn industry. You have to get rid of OnlyFans. You got to get rid of all of the, media platforms that men use to masturbate, to beat their meat. Not only that, you got to have cameras in the bathroom, cameras in the houses, cameras everywhere to track a nigga to see if he spanking one off. This bill is dumb. It has to be made by some radical left-wing propaganda. It's a troll that's trying to make this bill.
After that, $10,000. There are exceptions, though, like same-sex relationships, donating sperm.
Yeah. So, yep, I knew it was. So once they went into it almost seemed like, wow, they're being very strict. This bill can't be coming from the left. But then they say, well, there's some exceptions, though. If you are in a same-sex relationship, this doesn't apply to you. You can go ahead and bust all the nuts you want. This would make me believe that this bill came from a troll, some, two Ohio lawmakers that is far left-leaning and doing this bill for reasons to just, make the news and make the headlines or something, or to get people to speak about things, probably for revenge of other bills that's in place, like, abortion bills and things like that, right?
Using contraception. Somani, who's also an OBGYN, says it's more of a statement, not a serious law that would pass. She's using it to make a point. If lawmakers are trying to police women's reproductive rights, why not apply the same logic to men?
See, I was ahead of the curve and I didn't even watch this clip. Makes sense. Like I said, some feminist propaganda from a radical left-wing person that's pretty much feels butthurt because, we're trying to police women's reproduction. Let's police men's reproduction as well. And, they get a fine if they're not busting nuts to impregnate people. Stupid.
Her words, if you think it's absurd to regulate men, then you should think it's equally absurd to regulate women. Republicans have called it
Yeah, her words is stupid because at the end of the day, when you're looking at things in regards to the woman's ability to reproduce, they already have the monopoly on things, meaning that we built a safe country, safe society for women to live in, where grape is not prevalent and there's extreme consequences if a man grapes a woman. Not only that, you got the Me Too movement, all types of stuff, and a lot of lies over there too, but all types of stuff to hold men accountable. So essentially, this means that it gives women the key to sex, right? Women have the key to sex. You cannot have sex with a woman unless she wants to have sex. So women are afforded all of these special privileges and all of these rights without any obligations to society, right? They're barely obligated to anything right now. What is it, like 36 contraceptives, 36 different forms of contraceptives, I believe, or something like that. I know it's a high number where she got a plan B all the way to a plan Z, right? If they got female condoms, women never use female condoms. They wait for the man to pull out the condom. You got plan Bs. You got the birth control pill that you swallow. You got the birth control that you put in your arm. You got the birth control that you insert into the woman's uterus. Many different forms of contraceptives so the woman can be in control of when she wants to get pregnant and when she doesn't want to get pregnant, right? And all of this technology was all created by men. So women should be thankful, right? So we're not really holding women back at all. All 50 states in America, you can have an abortion, right? Since we got rid of Roe v. Wade, it went to the state, and no state has it illegal. There's just different terms, meaning like, you got a 4-week term, a 6-week term, an 18-week term, a 36-week term, or whatever it may be. States would have a term limit, and if the woman, tries to get an abortion after that term, then she can't. So that's all it is. But it's legal in all 50 states, which means that, the woman, these two Ohio lawmakers that just want to be, create this propaganda and want to be a troll, they're doing it for no reason. Like, women have all the privilege in the world in America, more privileged than men. All right.
Ridiculous. And even Somani agrees. That's the point. The bill's meant to spark conversation about abortion laws and personal choice in Ohio. So what do you think? Brilliant statement or taking things too far?
I think it's dumb. Let's move on. All right, let's see who else we got in here right now. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
My name is Alex. I would like to debate two things: Amanda and your stance on patriarchy. Do you is your stance on
You said Amanda?
Yeah, the woman that you were reacting to.
Just now?
Not this one, previously. Amanda,
The black woman.
yeah, the black woman. Her name is Amanda.
Oh, I didn't know her name. I thought her name was Dr. something Bryant.
Yeah, it's Dr. Amanda, something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dr. Amanda Bryant. Okay, it could be. All right, fair enough. So let's start there and then we'll get to the next one.
Okay.
So, in regards to that clip that I reacted to, Dr. Bryant, what question did you have, or what debate do you want to have towards that?
I disagree with your characterization of Amanda in general. I believe my sense is that Amanda, what you see in Amanda is a woman who's highly educated. What you see Amanda speaking about or expressing her views, that to me is a frustration of a highly educated woman who isn't able to find a compatible man because she is not able to come to terms with the reality of men. Man, just because you have a degree, a man is not going to automatically submit to you because just because you're articulate, you're eloquent,
Do
A man is not.
you mean just because a man has a degree, the woman isn't going to submit to the? That's what you meant?
No. I'm speaking about Amanda. Just because she's a doctorate. She has a
Okay.
doctorate because she's a doctor. Because she's highly educated. She claims
Okay.
a man is not going to automatically submit to you. So I'm saying she's not crazy. That to me that is frustration that she's not able to find a man who is going to submit to what she is or who she is.
Okay. So do you think that a man should submit to a woman?
It depends on the context.
Well,
In
that's
general,
in the
submission in
context
general.
of what you just said, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
So you said that Dr. Bryant, Amanda, I don't know if that's her first name or not, but I know her by Dr. Bryant. And she's not a real doctor anyway. She just puts that doctor in front of her name. I know that you're saying that she wants a man to submit to her because she's highly educated, she's very smart, she makes a good amount of money. So in regards to a woman like her, you're saying that men should submit to women like her. Is that your point? And it's hard to find a man that's going to submit to a woman like her? Is that your point? That's what you're saying.
I agree with the last part. It's hard to find a man that's going to submit to her.
Okay,
I
got it. So it's
I don't necessarily agree that the man should submit to her. But of course, there's a man that's going to submit to her, and I don't have a problem with that. But you seem
okay.
to have a problem with that.
Okay, here we go. So, you think her issue is that she can't find a man that is going to submit to her, and you don't have a problem with men submitting to women.
Not to.
Now do I have your argument right? I'm repeating it back. I'm trying to still man your position because how you're speaking, it's in a way where I'm trying to make sense of it. So correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to say it one more time, man. Your point is Dr. Bryant, she's very successful and it's hard for her to find a man that is going to submit to her. Do I have that part right?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, you don't have a problem with men submitting to women.
Not in general. I don't have a problem with Amanda finding a man that submits her. If she finds a man that submits her, I have no issue with that.
Okay, got it. But not in general. So
Not in general.
let's say if there's a woman that's successful like, Amanda Bryant, are you like, do you think there's nothing wrong with a man submitting to a successful woman?
In this context, they're compatible. Both of them are highly educated. I have no problem if the man is willing to submit to Amanda and he's happy
Okay,
with
got
that.
it, got it, got it. So there, I want to understand your worldview. So now, for a general statement, correct me if I'm wrong. You don't have a problem with a man that's willing to submit to a woman.
No, I don't have
You
a
don't have a
problem
problem with that.
No,
Okay.
no.
Do you have a problem for a general statement with a woman that wants a successful woman that wants a man to submit to them?
If that is their sole intent, I am highly educated, I have this and that, and I want a highly educated man to submit to me, and they're actively looking for that, and they find a man who's highly successful and willing to submit to them, I have no problem.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, so let me ask you a question then. Do you think that relationships work when a man submits to a woman, generally speaking?
That can vary from situation to situation, but in general, they wouldn't work. They wouldn't last. No, they don't work.
In general, it wouldn't work. And why do you think it wouldn't work?
The men and women are two different people. So a
Men
man
and women,
is
two different people. Yeah.
two different people, two different roles, duties, psychological makeup. It's just that when you put a man who's successful and a woman who's successful, you said that is a general adage. we are going to run a society based on this, it's not going to
Got
work
it.
out because they're different in those aspects.
So why do you make an exception for you to accept a successful woman, for a man to submit to a successful woman? How does that make sense to you?
Because in life, not everything's linear in life. You don't just because their society is like this, there's nuance to relationship to life, when it comes to women or men. You
Okay,
can
let me
find.
ask you a question. If the man does submit to the woman that's successful, is he feminine and a beta? Is he a weak male to you?
Not necessarily a weak man. No,
He's not a weak man to you?
he's not a beta. If he finds
So the
a good
man
if
can still be masculine submitting to a woman? That's what you're saying?
absolutely. What is
And how can he still maintain his masculinity while submitting to a woman that is of a weaker vessel? So if she's of a weaker vessel, the woman is a weaker vessel than the man, and he's submitting to her, meaning that putting her up on a pedestal, what does this mean of him? How can he be masculine by pedestalizing a woman and putting her up above himself?
so few terms that you saying that I don't necessarily agree. You're already establishing some fundamental things. You establishing, which I don't agree, that naturally
Okay. So
a
you
man
disagree with
and
my presupposition. And what I presuppose was that a masculine man would never submit, is he's incapable of submitting to the woman.
okay, but
Masculine men don't submit. That's what I presuppose. You would have to prove me wrong how a masculine man can submit to a woman. Go ahead.
okay, first maybe help me understand
Okay.
what a masculine man to you is. Then from there we can move forward.
So what's your definition of a masculine man?
To mine,
Yes.
I asked you yours. I'll tell you mine.
Well, obviously we have two different definitions. And since I
Hmm.
asked you the question, I
Hmm.
think that's a good question for you to actually answer.
What a masculine man to me is a man that is home, that comes to his wife and children
A man that
after
is
work.
what? Home?
Home, not absentee father. That's what I meant. That he's not
Oh, okay.
absent.
He's not an absent father.
He's
Okay.
not absent father. He's there. He's available. Okay.
Okay.
He's available to his family, emotionally, physically. He provides. He fulfills his duties. He loves and caring. To me, that is a masculine man. In short, we can go on and on.
Okay. So a man that protects and provides for the woman, he loves his family, and he's just not like no deadbeat and not around. He's like a stable individual that's, in the home and stuff like that. That's a masculine man to you.
Yeah, fulfills the responsibility at home. When the home needs him, he's there. When his wife and children need him, he's there.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. Does a masculine man have courage?
Yeah, those things come with courage. You can't be
He has
responsible. You don't
courage.
have. Yes.
Got it. So let me ask you a question. If the woman is emotional and
Mhm.
she's upset and she's like, "Well, honey, I don't like the way you're speaking to me. Every time you speak to me like this, I'm not going to listen to it. I need you, because this is what Dr. Bryant was saying. I need you to speak to me in a way where I can actually, where I accept it. Like, I need you to come down to my level and speak with a different tone so I can digest it, instead of you speaking this way where I'm just not going to listen to you if you're speaking crazy." So my question is, should a man change his tone of speech in order to please his woman?
So that's where I draw a line. I don't believe that a man or a woman should change who they are to tailor to their partner.
Okay, so you don't think that a man or a woman should change their behavior to tailor to their partner?
Well, the way they speak. If, for example, I know a woman who is very loud in terms of her outlook, in terms of her speech, I'm not gonna change that in a day. I'm not gonna be with her. But if that's your woman, go be with her.
Now, do you think that the woman should change for the man?
If she wants to, yeah, she can change.
Okay. Do you who leads relationships, men or women? Who should lead the relationship, the man or the woman?
The men.
If the man is going to lead the relationships, obviously the woman should change for the man, meaning that she's following his lead. Whatever things that she has going on in her life, in order for her, if the man should lead, then you're saying that she needs to change for the man. You're like all over the place. This is why I'm asking you these questions. You give me one answer here and then kind of like a different gray area answer here. If men lead and women follow, the woman changes for the man. It's not the other way around, right? So when we're saying that, when Dr. Bryant was saying in the video, well, she likes a man to speak to her in a certain way, to check her in a certain way, because she will not be checked. She will not listen if the man isn't speaking to her in a certain way. She's trying to change the man, right, for her, which essentially she would be the leader and the man would be following her lead if he changes his tone and his behavior for her.
That I disagree with. In that
How can
case,
how can you disagree with that if you just said that men lead and women follow?
because I believe in exceptions. You seem to not believe that there's exceptionality in terms of relationship
I believe that it's nuance. There's a lot of nuance in a lot of things, but we're speaking about a specific situation when it comes to speaking, right? Once
Okay.
again, the question that I asked all has to do with the woman tone policing the man. I don't want you to speak to me. Here's the hypothetical. It's what Cheyenne Bryant, and her name is not Amanda. It's Cheyenne Bryant. That's
Cheyenne
the
Bryan.
name.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the correction. Okay.
So in that video, Cheyenne Bryant, she said that, well, I don't like, if a man, in order for a man to check me, he has to come correct. He can't check me in any way. Like, I'm just not going to listen to him unless he speaks to me a certain way. Do you think that that's a good thing? Like, then do you think that that woman is following the man's lead, or do you think that that woman is trying to control the man to get the man to follow her lead? Which one? I'll say it concisely. In that situation, is the woman following the man's lead by putting in a boundary to there's a certain way that the man has to speak to her? Is that her following the man's lead, or is that her trying to make the man follow her lead? Which one?
I'll make it simpler for you. I think that she essentially wants a child man. She in that case, in this particular instance, what Amanda's interest is cultivating a man who is essentially a child. How can you tell a man, don't come at me like this, don't speak in a certain way?
Okay, I agree.
In this case, Amanda,
case,
in this
is
case,
wrong.
Amanda, she's completely wrong.
Okay, so now
no man would accept that.
Now stop it there. You came in and you said that I disagree with your takes when it came to Cheyenne Bryant. Her name isn't Amanda, it's Cheyenne Bryant. You said that I disagree with your takes on Cheyenne Bryant. We spoke about the whole tone policing and stuff, and you said that you are okay with her, with a man submitting to her. That's what you said. I walked you. Listen, don't speak real quick, Alex. I asked you multiple times. This is why I wanted to ask you. This is why I asked you multiple times. You said that you are okay if a woman that's accomplished like Cheyenne Bryant and that's smart like Cheyenne Bryant, then if she wants a man to submit to her, you said that that is okay. You also said it's okay if the man wants to submit to her. And then you also said it's not feminine if the man submits to the woman. This is what you said. It is not feminine. Now you're changing everything you just said. Now you are saying that if the man submits to a woman like that and changes his tone for the woman, he's basically a child man. He's a weak man. So you are agreeing with my point now. That's the end of the debate. You know that, right?
If you want to put it that way, that could be, well, the end of the debate. But
No, it's not. You listen. I did it. What I did was with you, Alex. I did an internal critique. So, an internal critique is where I asked you for your worldview, and then based off of the things that you say, based off how you describe masculinity, based off of all the things that is going on in your head, you are in a mental contradiction right now. You are suffering from mental contradiction because your statements it's incoherent. Right? So what you previously said and what you now said, it's incoherent. You are in mental contradiction. This is why it's the end of the debate. Do you concede?
I concede on some points.
All right. Well, have a good one, man. Easy victory for me. That's how we do it live. Wait. Actually, no. He had another point. My bad, Alex. Concede on that. Let me bring you back up. I forgot. You wanted to actually debate about something else.
Yeah, patriarchy.
I don't know what that is.
So you said that patriarchy is a net positive in general. Patriarchy.
Oh, the patriarchy. Oh, okay. All right. So patriarchy. The patriarchy is a net positive.
Okay, so I wanted to, because we live in America, we're only like 4% of the world population. So are you saying in America or outside America as well?
So once again, the patriarchy is necessary. You can't even fathom. Let me just give you my argument so you understand. And if you have a point of contention with it, then then we can debate. You may not have a point of contention with it. Who knows? I don't know. If you don't suffer from mental contradiction again, then you'll be fine. So the patriarchy is necessary. You cannot see a world that has order void of a patriarchy. The patriarchy creates order. So every right that we all have in America, it is all, let's say, every right is granted and upheld and enforced by the patriarchy. So men grant rights. Men enforce rights. They uphold rights. Women cannot grant rights to themselves, and they cannot grant rights to other men. So in order for us to have law and order, all of this comes via the patriarchy. So rights equals force. In order to have a right is a construction in the mind, is a construct in the mind, right? We think of something like, oh, all right, cool. Well, we got some rights. We got the right to for guns, right? We got the right for guns. Second Amendment, right? So we got these rights for everyone to have guns. This has to be upheld and enforced by men. Because if we just say we have rights but we don't enforce it, then someone can come and take our right away. And if someone is going to try to come and take our right away, women can't upheld these rights. They can't enforce these rights because they're not strong enough. There's only two genders, men and women. So since men are the stronger sex, then men are the only ones that can upheld rights and enforce rights. So any law, everything that you see, all the order that we have in this first world country has all been given and upheld by men, which is the patriarchy.
So I don't disagree with your general characterization of patriarchy.
Okay, fair enough.
My question is this: do you believe within this patriarchy system that men who hold majority of power abuse that power when it comes to their relationship with the women who are excluded from this power?
I think that the power comes from the enforcement. So whoever enforces our rights, they have the real power. So the real power is not the non-government organizations or the government or the legislators and stuff like that. Those people, they utilize the enforcement, which is men that, protect and uphold our rights, like our military and our police force, FBI, etc. They utilize that force of power, these people these lawmakers, that's what they do. They just utilize that. But the real power is not with them, because if the military, the people that actually has the guns, that's in the position, that has the brute force, they can collectively, they can decide to say, well, whoever these lawmakers are, y'all out of here. We're going to make our own laws now. So the real power is within the people that actually enforces our rights. So if you say that, well, do I think that these people that enforce our rights abuse their power? Not
Abuse their
necessarily
power to the detriment of women.
of women.
To the detriment of women, I should add.
Of women, yeah. You're speaking about women specifically. I would say no, because every right and privilege that women have right now is all enforced by these men. Rape,
So-
like grape is illegal. You can't walk outside and grape a woman without feeling consequences, meaning that if you do something negligent like that and try to any type of essay, sexual assault, any type of stuff like that, if you try to commit that on a woman, other men is going to come find you, hunt you down, and put you in prison. Right?
Okay.
That's what's going to happen. So meaning that it's consequences for other men if they try to abuse women or hurt women. So this would say that the patriarchy, the enforcement mechanism that protects women, is benevolent. They're doing good for women. They're not doing bad for women.
Okay, so it's benevolent to an extent. You think that patriarchy is benevolent, period. I think that patriarchy...
No, it can be bad. It can be
is?
good or bad, but we're speaking about America.
Okay, if we're
And
only
women.
if we're only talking about patriarchy in America,
Yeah.
just in America, then I don't have a strong disagreement with you. It's just a small
Okay,
disagreement.
fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, once again, there's other countries where every country that you go, almost every country that you go to, it's going to be, the enforcement mechanism is going to be men. So it's going to be a patriarchal enforcement for the rights, for the law and order in that country. And most of these countries, women are protected.
No, I would disagree. They're
Once again,
not
I said most, maybe not all, but most countries, women are protected. You can't just grape a woman without having consequences come upon you as a man. You can't take advantage of a woman. Now, some of these countries, women don't have certain rights, like they can't, they can't go to school. Maybe they can't vote. But this is not necessarily a bad thing, Alex. That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Wait, what? Why not?
It is. I don't. You think that it's a bad thing if women in certain countries don't have the ability to vote,
To vote
or go to school.
Or go to school.
It's not necessarily a bad thing.
Why do you think that is not necessarily a bad thing?
Well, once again, if we just look at voting itself and the differences of men and women from a biological standpoint, they happen to be very susceptible to outside influences. So this is why all the advertisers market things to women. So they're very susceptible. So you can ease, and men from a biological standpoint, tend to be non-agreeable by nature, right? So when you tend to look at the world and it comes to voting, a lot of organizations can use women and manipulate them to get their vote. And then women can vote against things that is not even in their own favor, like feminism.
I would call that anybody susceptible to the power of marketing and propaganda. I wouldn't just necessarily say it's gender. I would say it's gender neutral. Whether you're a man or woman, I don't think
Yeah,
anybody
I
can
think that
resist the power of propaganda that exists within
correct,
America
correct.
or outside America.
Generally, yeah, people are always going to be propagandized. But
Hmm.
what I'm saying is, if we're looking at the differences of men and women,
Hmm.
women are more susceptible to outside influences. So they're more likely to be influenced by something that is negative and something that is against their own well being. Like I said, feminism. Feminism is something that is not actually for women. Feminism promotes sexual promiscuity, sexual liberation. Feminism is anti natalism, where they want to, they are pro abortion. They are okay with granting women all of these rights and having them kill the man's, children. So these are things that's not good for the woman, and these are things that's not good for families at all. Like feminism, once again, they think that the patriarchy is bad, and they also think that the nuclear family is bad as well. So they want to destroy the nuclear family, destroy the patriarchy. Do you think that the nuclear family is a good thing?
I believe nuclear family is a good thing, but it sounds like you would actually take away 19th Amendment given the opportunity, or you would deny women. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to put words into your mouth.
Yeah,
Women,
no, that's
it,
not what I said. Once again, my worldview and what I would, my prescription as when it comes to the 19th Amendment, it wouldn't be for like women should just have not have a vote. It would be most people wouldn't have a vote. A lot of
most,
men and a lot of women wouldn't have a vote, meaning that in order to vote, you need to have some stake in the game.
but they live on the land. That's a stake. You're being a
Yeah, you
victim.
can you can say you live on the land that's a stake, but a lot of people live on this land and it doesn't they're not good productive members of society. They just utilize the society and the systems that society provides, but they don't give anything back. So my prescription would be, well, I think we should move people towards virtues and doing good in society, and the privilege that these people that actually give back to society, they get to vote because these people have more stake in society. The people that really don't have stake in society, they are lazy, they are inadequate, and they want to use from the government resources and things like that and use the tax dollars and not give anything back at all. These people shouldn't have a right to vote. So this would include men and women. And I would also say that I would be in favor for one vote for a household. So for the household, you get one vote. And the reason being is because this would also influence men and women to get together to have a nuclear family so then that their vote could mean something.
So in that case, when you say productive member of society, what did that mean? That they don't give back, that they don't have a stake in the
I
game. That would mean
I just
you
explained it,
just explained that,
Alex.
but that would mean literally that 95% of the people would not be able to vote
No,
because they
this
don't.
would then it's an incentive. It would be an incentive so people can stop being lazy, stop being inadequate, and go out there and make something of themselves, give back to their community.
People already do that. They do that
Yeah,
every
yeah.
day.
A lot of people do that, but there's a lot of
Actually,
people that don't do it at all.
my, I,
And then the other thing is, so think about this, right? Do you think that do you actually think that it's a good thing that 18-year-olds vote where they're like just getting out of high school? They don't really basically have a job. Some of them are going to college. They don't have any world experience about politics, generally speaking. Do you think that having 18-year-olds vote is like necessarily a good thing?
Actually, I would say that an 18-year-old is more interesting than a veteran Congress who's been in Congress sitting on their ass for 50 years and hasn't done anything for the constituents. That They're not there to represent their representative. Actually, if you sit down with an 18-year-old out of high school, it's more interesting than the veteran congressman. That's my opinion. So they should be able to vote because the next president is going to affect their 4 years of their lives.
Hold up. Hey, come on up. Click the link in the YouTube description, and you can come on up and join the stream. If anyone has any disagreements, this is good that we're having this conversation right now. It looks like we got a few people that disagree. Also, you too. Don't be a ninja watcher. You can click the link in the YouTube description or click the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments, and you can come up and join debate night. And you can ask me questions and but have an argument. Right now, this is kind of a discussion, and we're not really having an Alex doesn't have a argument yet. I'm laying forth arguments, but he has no refutations for the argument as of yet. So I asked him a question, but you didn't really answer it, Alex. So once again, what do you think is better? Right? 18-year-old working? I'm sorry, not working, but
18.
No, you didn't. So
when it comes,
no, you compare the 18-year-old to someone that's in Congress that's what? Not doing anything?
I answered your question by saying an 18-year-old is more interesting than a 50-year-old veteran who's been a congressman, a woman who's been in Congress doing nothing. That means that they should be able to vote. Does that answer your question?
That doesn't make any sense, Alex. I'll tell you why.
It makes sense by saying that they're actually moving forward in life. They want to improve their lives. Their lives would be affected by the next election more than a congressman who's been there for 50 years would be.
Okay, Alex, let me
Does
tell
that
you
make
something.
sense now?
So who do you think is, do you think that an 18-year-old has, okay. Do you know why you can't rent a car unless you're 25? Why do you think you can't rent a car unless you're 25 in America?
It's risk assessment.
It's risk assessment, right? Risky. You driving a car, you 18, you're not even 25.
Sure.
Yeah, it's risky, right? And why do you think it's risky?
Why is that risky?
Yeah.
They're prone to make mistakes, to maybe crash the car.
Reckless
driving.
They don't have enough
driving.
reckless driving. They don't have enough experience.
Sure.
With driving, right? They're new to it, right?
Sure.
So when it comes to voting is important. You're voting to put someone that is going to pass laws for the country, which can favor some people and not favor others. So some laws is good, we know, and some laws is bad. And if an 18-year-old doesn't even have the right to rent a car because it's risky. An 18-year-old can't even buy alcohol. It's risky. Why do we allow 18-year-olds to vote? Wouldn't you say that voting, 18-year-olds, you don't have a lot of life experience? This is risky. So what I'm doing right now, I'm explaining how currently right now our system is kind of illogical. It doesn't even make sense, right? You can vote when you're 18, but you can't buy liquor, you can't rent a car. We know that these 18-year-olds are inadequate. They have no experience, they don't have a lot of world experience. They're very susceptible to outside influences because they're young. They're not really a full mature adult. You get what I'm saying? So we know that it's risky to an extent, right? But we go ahead and we let them vote. So I'm saying that when I say that what I would push for as far as voting and men and women, I would say that you need some stake in the game. How you get this stake in the game would be for many reasons. Whether if you're working in the government, whether if you're in the military, whether if you are doing community service for your community for X amount of years, meaning that you're giving back, right? Whether if you are actually that's a productive member in our society. You are building things, you are creating technology, you are giving back to our infrastructure, to our economy, things like that, right? If you are, and this would be a lot of people are currently doing this right now. So it's not like it's going to be no one voting. No, a lot of people are still going to be voting. And I would also restrict it down to 1 vote per household. This would incentivize people to not be lazy, not be inadequate, for the woman to find a man, for the man to find a woman, to if you can either have a home, like a relation, have a marriage with a woman, a relationship, and live in a home, and that vote will be considered 1, or you can just do your community service, give back, be a good, productive member of society, and without living with the woman, you can vote as well. So it will be single people and couples, married people, that can vote as well. You get what I'm saying? And I think that we wouldn't have these stupid laws in place where it really doesn't benefit certain things in our society. You get what I'm saying? So this would mitigate so many risks that we are currently experiencing right now in our society. That's what I'm saying. So Alex, do you have any refutations for that? If not, we can get some other people up.
No, I just have one comment to make.
Is it a refutation though? Like, is it a rebuttal?
It is a rebuttal.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear
It is a rebuttal in a sense like this. I'm saying it doesn't matter if an 18-year-old votes or not. I am saying even those that we say have experience, you're saying they don't even have an experience to drive. Even with those people that have 50-year-old experience, if you understand our political system, I'm sure you understand.
Oh, you're saying that people that are in political positions and are not doing anything.
I'm saying even those people that have experience, that have been here for 50 years, what good is it when you have experience but you don't make good on it? What good does that make?
Okay, meaning that they're not, okay, so you're saying that the people that are in political positions and they're not making good decisions in our laws and stuff, like the lawmakers, they're not making good decisions.
They represent.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say.
They're making bad decisions.
They vote against the people they represent. What good is that? When you compare to 18
I see what you're saying.
Why do you think an 18-year-old
listen,
is
Alex,
more?
do you know why those people are in positions of power? Is because 18-year-olds and women voted those people in. You're making my argument for me, Alex. I'll repeat so you understand. You keep on sticking on certain people, certain lawmakers, certain government officials that are in positions of power. They don't do things that's good. And my argument is, yeah, I know, I agree. They shouldn't be in those positions. But the reason why they are in positions of power is because women voted them in, right? And children, little 18-year-olds voted them in. No. That's the point. You don't.
Everybody votes them in. It doesn't matter if you're 18, 50, or woman. People vote them in. You agree you agree that propaganda works. It doesn't matter that you're 60 years old. You could have an 18-year-old brain. When you're 60 and a man, you could be a man and 60. And why do you think so many men are mega? I disagree with them. I don't think they're not the most critical thinkers.
How he paying attention but not paying attention? That's what I'm wondering too, bro. You making me choke. All right. Listen, man, good conversation. I don't think you really get it, but it's all good.
All right. No problem, man. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Have a blessed one. Peace.
You too.
You had really no refutations for that because I laid down my position very good and I had good arguments. So it's very hard to disagree with it. It's like, yeah, I see what you're saying. All right. Tonight is still open panel debate, and I'm freaking choking over here in my own air. I'm like, we got, let's see what this guy wants. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
Well, Lucas, I just really wanted to agree with what you said before. I mean, I think maybe if we had more of the idea like Vivek had, where people who wanted to vote would have to take the same citizenship test as people who entered our country legally, so they can learn how the government works, and also know that how a lot of these politicians lie to you about the things that they can do and can't do while they know how
Oh,
things work. I think
okay, real
giving
quick,
the common voter
real quick,
the ability to know
Lucas,
how it works.
Lucas. I don't know what you're
Yes,
talking about
sir.
right now. I hear you speaking, but like, you got to follow what I say. I say, when you come in, what's your name and what do you want to debate about? You start speaking about the other dude that I just had up and how you disagree with him and how you agree with me. Right?
Oh, yes, sir.
I appreciate that, but that is not an argument. That is not anything to debate about. Okay? You can agree with
Oh,
me all
yeah.
you want. I appreciate the love, man. I appreciate that, and it means well over here. But I got to put you backstage, and it's open panel debate night. I'm being very restrict tonight, and only having people up that want to debate. Okay.
Oh, okay, no problem. Well, I want to say real quick before you boot me off, you do a great job. I'm a fan, and you definitely put belts of his butt on that last panel.
Oh
So you
yeah,
have a
yeah.
good one.
Belt to butt, man. His belt, belt to butt, man. Belt to butt. A shout out to Wicked Dreams. He's a member in here, so he gets some special privileges. What's going on, man? Talk to me.
Listen. So I got a fun idea right now. Okay, I would like to debate everybody who just came up here and doesn't know how to listen to what you said and try to understand their worldview of listening. Because I don't know how many times you said, if you agree with me, this is not agreement night. We're trying to find a debate night. So I would like to
Facts.
debate these people on what they hear versus what you say.
Yeah, man. It's crazy, man. It's like, bro, just don't come up and
Because
say anything, man.
that's the part that I'm not understanding.
Someone
So
to the
I'm
last
really
guy, someone said
confused by
no
this.
glaze. Come on, man. Now we appreciate the glazing a little bit, Anthony West. We appreciate a little glazing. Not about you, Wicked, but about Lucas. How's the chat looking? If you, I was as I was debating Alex, I seen people disagreeing with my takes, which is totally fine. But try to message them to get them to join the show.
Oh, trust me, I do that all the time. But then most of them, they just say, "Well, I don't want to debate," or they'll just say in the chat, "They're too
They
scared." I
scared.
never understand. They're
They
little
scared.
keyboard warriors. You know what I mean? They can get real tough behind the keyboard, but yet they ain't gonna come face to face, which I don't even understand because
True.
it's like you're still online. It's not like I can reach across the screen and smack you in the mouth like you probably deserve. But at least show your face and debate. I mean, you can talk in the
Facts.
chat all you want, but at least
All right,
grow up there and be a man.
Let me go ahead and honor Dane Snyder. He's backstage too,
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
the
Go
members
see
as well.
Dane.
Let me
What's
go
up,
ahead and
Dane? How
honor
you doing,
Dane.
man? Good to see you.
But I'll put you backstage. I appreciate you, Wicked.
Yeah, you do think I'm gonna go back to chat. So I just want to pop in and just say, like, if any of these people want to debate on their listening skills, we could do this because
Hey, listen, man. I'll let you at it, man. I'll let you have it. All right, peace. All right, let's go ahead and bring up Dane. What's going on, Dane?
Hey, man, let me adjust my camera here so you can get me in my full glory here.
Got you. And everyone that's tuning in right now, Wicked is a member. So this is one of the privileges that you get when you're a member. You don't have to debate me, is you could just chop it up with me when I'm streaming. So Dane is also a member. So shouts out to Dane. What's up, Dane? Talk to me.
I was thinking earlier about coming up and just taking the opposite side of things I know you believe just so we can duke it out. I do that sometimes with my wife. I'll just take a position in an argument that she doesn't, have, just so I can
play devil's advocate. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It's not just for the intellectual and academic exercise and development. It's so that once we get through the argument, we can make up. And in 36 years, there's been a whole bunch of making up.
You talking about with you and your wife? Oh, my man got strategies of getting the type of makeup sex he want. Okay, Dan. Shouts out to you. Shouts out to you.
We don't have 5 children by accident. We didn't steal them from Walmart.
Fair enough.
We got your T-shirt today, and it fit her pretty well. So I'm looking forward to walking through Walmart with her with a T-shirt on that says, God over man, man over woman, woman over children.
Oh yeah, man. You gonna look like the men.
Yeah. That's
you
right.
You look like the man.
Well, now, if you would step up and you spend a little bit more of that money that you're saving on your barbershop bill, And you could get like some triple X t-shirts. I could actually wear
Hey,
them, man.
hey, listen, Dane, it's not my fault that you 315 pounds, man.
It ain't my fault either. It ain't my fault. It's because this woman right over here, you see, sitting there, you see her right there on the yellow couch. See, she's sitting right there. She don't even make me make my own plate. So I don't even get exercise dishing up my own food, man. That woman I'm talking about. She just said, sit down, baby. I'll bring you all these carbs, and that way I can't run away from her and don't know other woman want to take me. So
fair enough, man.
With that
But
Alex dude, though,
Alex.
I really would like to engage with him, because what I usually like to engage with people like him that are like almost like male feminists, and when it comes to the patriarchy, is what I do is I draw an analogy, and I'll ask him. I say, what is your most prized possession? I said, like with me, I have a 2000 model Ford Excursion, which is the largest SUV ever made. And it's in real good condition, man. I wash that thing every week. I mean, you think I was a brother, as clean as I keep that thing, right? It's clean and everything. And I'm like,
okay.
somebody bump into my truck, man, I'm ready to scrap. You know, that's kind of the thing. It's like, you know, so I'd ask him, what's your most prized possession? You know, for some people, I mean, a young man like him, it might be like his shoes or something like that. And then I'll ask them, I say, you know, so you're real protective of it, take real good care of it, right? And they're like, oh yeah, because, you know, I bought it, it belongs to me, I'm responsible for it. And then I'll flip that around and I'll say, so like feminists and other women, they'll be like, I'm not your property, I'm not your possession. And then my position is, well, if you're not my possession, then why am I taking care of you? Why am I presenting myself to defend you and your welfare if you're not my possession? Because another truck going down the road, or another pair of shoes, a television, a home, or whatever, you know, I'm not nearly as focused on taking care of that as I am what is actually me and mine. You know, so I kind of try to go at it with that. Say, I'm defending you because you belong to me. And if you don't belong to me, why am I going to risk my life, my limb, my honor, my finances to defend you and take care of you if you're not mine? If you belong to yourself, take care of yourself.
Hey, listen, Dane, that's a W analogy. So let me give you a no Fugazi for that. I may utilize that. I don't know. I may steal it. I may utilize it on the girls panel. I may utilize it. I heard something similar like that before, but I may utilize that. So I like that, man.
No copyright on the truth, man.
No copyright on the truth. That's a fact. But listen, man, I appreciate the support. I'm gonna go ahead and put you backstage and continue on with debate night, man.
Take care, man. Good luck. I'm finna go to bed. I'm old and fat and wore out.
All right, man. Have a blessed one. All right, chat, get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. We supporting right now. The last two callers, those were just members. So I went ahead and chopped it up. And anyone can become a member, man. We do not discriminate. If you support the podcast, just click the second link in the YouTube description. You can become a member where you get special access to the podcast, certain perks and privileges over here on No Fugazi, and it's fun. Dane, he just received his No Fugazi shirt, so shouts out to Dane, and I only sell medium and larges, so for him, homie probably need like a 6X, so he's letting his wife wear that No Fugazi shirt. And then even with Kid Dreams, he also got the merch as well too, so become a member, man. It's a community, it's a family, it's pretty dope. All right, let's see who else we got back here, man. We got SMG back here. SMG, Drizzle, what you want to debate about, man?
What's good, man? What's good? You already know. Shout out to for No Fugazi.
Appreciate you, man.
Podcast. So, I tried to debate you many times about the flat Earth. I'm not trying to debate you about that now, but I did have one question for you.
Okay, fair enough.
How old is the Earth? How old do you say the Earth is?
You said, how old do I say the Earth is?
Yeah.
I'll just say, I'll make a Kent Hovind argument, which is the Earth is approximately about 6,000 years old. Biblical. What it describes biblically, it's about 6,000 something years old. And I have an argument to back it up, but it will be stealing it from Kent Hovind. I have a pretty good argument, but fair enough. Go ahead. What's your other question?
All right. That's it. Last time we spoke, you was on the the Earth is about 8 billion years or 8 billion years.
Nah, I was never on that.
Oh, so
Nah, I was
about
never
to
on that.
pull the clip
Nah,
up,
you
man.
must have got me mixed up with someone else.
When I was trying
I'll
to
be
debate you about
honest.
the flat Earth,
I watched a lot of Kent Hovind in my days, and he puts forth some pretty good arguments when it comes to defending biblical scriptures on how old the earth is and disproving evolution theory and Darwinism and stuff like that. So, yeah, man, he put forth a lot of good arguments. So,
I was
yeah.
about to school you tonight, man, but you already done been schooled, huh?
Yeah, I already done been school. I already was taken to school, man, by Kent. So shout outs to him.
Good,
All right, brother.
I do got something I wanted you to start. Well, maybe you can start using on your ladies podcast. The whole sister baby belong to. I had this little debate with a friend of mine a little while back, and I was like, well, if I take $1 and I put it in a drink machine, and the drink pops out, does that dollar belong to? I mean, does that drink belong to me or the machine? And it's like, well, talking about ownership and head and all of this, the man's role, the husband role, the father's role. I'm like, man, it all belongs to the man.
Another W analogy, man. W analogy. I gotta give you no Fugazee.
Yeah, man. Well, shout out to
Homie
you,
said,
man.
if I put $1, who baby does it belong? I'm gonna probably use that one. So that one is being used. Yep, I'm gonna use that one. I appreciate you.
All right, man.
But all right, man. Have a good one. Peace.
Too.
All right, who else we got in here? Okay. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. There's an echo on my end, so I gotta mute you. Try leaving a stream and coming back in to get rid of that echo. I muted you right now, but try leaving the stream. I'm gonna kick you off, but you can come back in. All right, chat. Well, now let's go ahead and get to some of these other reactions. We're gonna react to the Steven Crowder barbershop podcast that he did, speaking about black fatigue. So let me go ahead and bring that up. See if we can get a reaction to that. Give you guys some more good content. 1 second here. Okay, looks good. And actually, before I bring this up, I'm sorry. We got a lot of super chats in here. So let me get to these super chats real quick. But before I do, we got AD back here. I'm not sure who this is, so let's see what he wants to debate about. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and what do you want to debate about?
My name is AD, or go by AD. I wanted to talk about your delivery on some of the red pill information that you give out, if that's okay with you. It will end up being a debate, obviously, but I just want to make sure it's okay with you.
And by delivery, what do you mean?
How you're making the statements. So obviously,
okay.
You like to...
So let me get this right.
Yeah.
As a full-grown adult man,
yep,
you came in here to tone police another full-grown adult man.
No, you're. I didn't say that at all.
Well,
you just asked
that's
me
what
to
you just
clarify.
said. Well,
right.
And you clarified it. You said that I'm calling in. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm a good active listener. I'm calling in to have a discussion with you. You didn't even say debate yet. To talk with you about how you deliver the red pill message. And then I said, well, what do you mean by deliver? You said, well, how you speak about things. How? You didn't say what. You said how. So if it's how I'm speaking about things, you are tone policing me.
No, you didn't let me finish. I just want to make sure you understand.
Okay.
I didn't even finish that last statement.
You ain't even finished the last statement.
I didn't, because you honestly, you jumped in. That's very different. I'm off put by that. You don't usually do that. So I wanted to finish
this is what I will let you finish the entire statement. Trust and believe. You'll have a chance to talk. I just wanted to make it clear if you're just coming in here to tone police me or not.
No.
Okay, well, let's see what else you got. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. If you're okay with me talking about the rest of the delivery situation, not just how you say it, but what you say as well. Especially when it leans towards your argument against the patriarchy or for the patriarchy. I think some of the time, well, I know because I grew up listening to this information, it can get skewed and looked at as, hey, do this, do that, women bad. And I just want to make sure you understand. I'm not saying your tone. I'm saying how people, interpret that and end up delivering that in the world is almost against the red pill message in a way, because it never comes off how you intend it to.
Got it. So once again, this will be tone. Before we get to exactly what you want to debate about, let me just prove to you, and I'll let you get to the point of actually what you want to debate about, but the what. But let's stick on the how for right now, because I think that this how is important. Currently, thus far, you've said things. You kept on saying how I'm speaking. And then you've also said the delivery. And you also said that basically if you are speaking the way you deliver the message of the patriarchy, it would discourage other people, and these people would feel they won't be as, the message won't be so digestible to them because you're saying it in a way where it's maybe embracive, where maybe it's not, impactful. It's not going to be impactful for them to understand because it's how you're saying it. That's essentially what you're saying. Do I have that correct?
I would say
to a
partially.
Degree. Partially? To a degree. Okay, fair enough. I tried to stillman it and remember each word you said, but okay, to a degree, I got it. If that's the case, then that is tone policing, because let me ask you a question just on this how argument, and then we'll get to the what. And I appreciate you for calling in. Who has the weakness? The person that can hear the truth and digest the truth, no matter how it's said, or the person that is very sensitive and they can't digest the information and can't hear the information and understand it because they're sensitive and they're emotional and they need things said to them a specific type of way. Who has the weakness? Which person?
Okay, I'm going to answer this, but this isn't my argument at all.
I know it's not. Yeah, I know it's not. Trust me, I'm going to let you get to all of that.
Fair enough. Again, that's not what I'm saying, but in your specific instance, I would say it's both. More leaning towards it's the sensitive person's fault.
Okay, so it's a little bit of both, but it's more leaning towards the sensitive person's fault.
Correct, because if a statement is a statement and it is the truth without trying to get into the minutia of it, which I like to do, which is what I want to do to hear it.
We're going to get to that. Yeah, right. We're going to get to that.
Then yes, I will say they're more at fault for that, the sensitive person, in this very hyper-specific talking point.
Okay, I would actually say that if it's the truth, then it doesn't matter how you say it, it's the truth. Right? The truth you can say the truth loud, you can say the truth soft, you can say the truth angry, you can say the truth happy, sad, however you say it, but it is still the truth. And the truth can only set you free, right? That's the truth. So the truth can never be wrong. I'll make the argument clear and say, the truth can never be wrong. No matter how it's said, it can never be wrong. So the person that is on the receiving end of the truth, they are wrong. If they can't get it, they have some weakness. They have some type of vulnerability where they can't understand it. When Jesus was here, I don't think Jesus was walking on eggshells because people was sensitive and emotional. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that Jesus is like, well, let me try to say things this way to get, no, it's Jesus, it's God. He's speaking the truth. He's not tone policing himself. He's not allowing other people to tone police him. This would be a form of manipulation. If you can let someone have the ability to alter and interfere with the truth, then is it even the truth? It ain't the truth. But okay, let's get to the what. That was my rebuttal. Let's get to the what.
I feel you. I know you need sound like you need to get that out for sure.
Well,
But
a lot of people.
that wasn't my argument.
I know it wasn't, but go ahead. Let's get to it now.
Okay.
Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Actually, I want to. You sounds like you have a lot of disdain for the tone police, so I'll just stay there because it sounds like it's going to be good content. Because I can argue that. If I was saying that, though, I still think that there is, sensibility in asking someone who wants to communicate to the world. And I'm assuming you want to communicate to the world because you do this often. I tap in as well. So it seems as if, someone was coming with a legitimate claim, like I think I am, you would want to not even change your, tone or anything, but at least hear, what I have to say. I think that's kind of in the issue there too, right? It's like, hey, I'm bringing something up and invalidated already, and then you made your own arguments. And
no, I didn't. Well, that's what I didn't do. So once again, I made a clear distinction between the two, right? You said you actually made the distinction too. You said that you want to speak about the delivery, and then you also said you want to speak about exactly what I'm saying in regards to the red pill message. So that's two things. That's a distinction, right? So since you came in with the distinction, I caught on to it right away. I first spoke about the how, the tone policing part, right? That's what I spoke about first, because I don't think it's masculine. I don't think that men should be telling other men how to speak. I don't think women should be telling other men how to speak, because women tend to do that because it's a feminine characteristic trait. Oh, don't speak to me this way. Don't say it this way. Say it that way. Shut up, you stupid woman. Cook me some food, right? But let's just get to the what. Give me your argument, and what do you think that I'm saying that's wrong in regards to my message? Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay, but I have to, just in good faith, Cooley. That is what you boxed me into saying. That is not what I said. Like, you get what I'm saying? You're framing it, or you're boxing it in a certain way, when all I did was deliver it, and then you made it seem like I was saying something else, and you just said, hold on, I'll get to it, and which I was okay with. But I just want everybody to know, that's not how I framed it. I didn't even get a chance to say what I meant by it.
You want me to rewind it back and we can just listen to you say exactly what you said?
I know the statement I said, but you're ascribing other traits and other, like, trying to frame it a specific way as
no, it's not.
I meant it a different way. I didn't even tell you what I meant by it.
Yeah, not even a meaning. What I'm saying is tone. I'm describing to you what tone policing is. That's all I did. I described.
But I don't need that. I know what it is.
Okay, for the audience as well. But even if you know what it is, this doesn't mean that I am being disingenuous to what you're saying. No, we're going to honor both of the how and the what. We already spoke about the how, and you did come in here tone policing me. That is true, bro. But forget about the
tone police you. I said, can we talk about it? I haven't made the argument for
okay,
it,
well,
come on now.
Go ahead. Make your full argument. Go ahead.
I don't know. Where do you want me? Do you want me to start on what I meant by the how, or you want me to start on?
You know what?
Where are we at now?
Wherever you want to go with it, you can go. You can do that.
Okay. I don't. Let me think. Okay. Do you think don't even think about tone policing. This is just a question to you. Okay. Do you think the way you say anything to anyone matters?
Yeah, I think that the way you speak to, you said anyone, right? So
play it that way. Yes, anyone.
Yeah, anyone. So if you're trying to, let's say this, the way you speak to anyone doesn't matter. The way you speak. I do think that the way you speak to certain people is important. Mm-hmm. In many cases, I would say in a lot of cases, it's important. The way you speak to someone is important. Mm-hmm. But this doesn't matter if you're speaking about the truth, if you're speaking about to move people towards a direction that is good and that is productive for individuals and that can help people. This would be void of that, right? Because
void of that.
Well, let me give you my position.
No, I just give
you my clear answer.
Fair enough, but can you clarify that so going forward I understand?
Oh yeah, I'll let you know. Void of it, yeah. Meaning that you can speak to someone, and I think that it's important how you speak to someone, but that can just be like a regular conversation and stuff like that of what you're having. once you start to speak about morality and you start to speak about how things should be, meaning that you're making prescriptions. Anytime you're giving prescriptions, speaking about how things are, anytime you're speaking about morality, meaning pointing out a clear distinction of what is good for people and what is bad for people. Anytime you start to speak about those things, the things that is maybe, on people's hearts or that can bring people shame or that can move the individual spirit, then what happens is the people on the receiving end, their emotions get attached to whatever you're saying. They can be triggered and stuff like that. So what I've learned from speaking to interviewing over 700 women on my show, doing debates and debating well over 100 people in debates, I would say well over 100 people, probably over 200 people in debates. What I've learned is it really doesn't matter how you say things. What matters is what you're saying. And some people just don't like what you're saying. They don't really care how you're saying it, because I tried many different ways. I tone police myself when I first started the podcast just to see if it worked with speaking to certain individuals. But what I learned from speaking to so many people, that if you're giving the truth, if you're speaking about morality, if you're giving prescriptions, if you're giving ought claims, what people ought to do, then certain things that you say, they're going to get triggered by it. They're not going to be able to digest it because they are emotional and they are sensitive to what you're saying. Therefore, it's going to cause conflict. Therefore, they're not going to be able to receive the message or the red pill message of whatever I'm saying. The delivery is not going to land with them.
Okay, so only if the person is soft will it not land with them.
Usually if they got some type of vulnerability, emotional sensitivity, soft, you could say that.
Okay, so first of all, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's a fact at all.
Well, instead of saying that you don't think it's a fact, prove me wrong. What's your refutation?
I'm trying to. You didn't let me finish. You hopped in and told me to answer when I was already answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are you treating me this way? I don't like. You don't usually do this. Why are you doing this with me? I
guess you don't watch No Fugazi podcast, man. This is my first time ever speaking to you. Okay. I maybe we spoke, but I don't remember you. Right?
No, we didn't speak.
Okay, so this is our first time speaking. You're saying that I don't do certain things, and that is untrue. I treat everyone the same up here. Everyone the same, right? Okay. So once again, it is different though. Tonight is debate night. So I am looking for an argument from the people that come up. Now, if it's different. Sometimes I do a chill stream. You up here, we can chop it up. That's different. Debate night is to argue with one another. It's to entertain the people. So I want to know specifically what's your position on the things that you're saying, right? So I just gave you a rebuttal. I rebutted what you said. And then you just said, well, I don't think that's true. Then I said, well, that's not an argument. What's your refutation? And you got sensitive. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a sensitivity you just had there, man. So instead of having a meta conversation, which is a conversation about the conversation, let's just go ahead and have the conversation and give me your argument, man.
Okay.
Go ahead.
On this specific topic of, I want to jump because I didn't really get to finish what I was saying.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
We got cut off. Okay. So I just want to talk about the women and voting things. Just being hyper specific. Okay. Women and voting. I just want to make sure your position. I heard a lot of it, so I don't need you to run it down. But just is your position that women, it might be better. Let's say that it might be better for women not to be able to vote.
No, the position is very clear. Okay. I think that the people that should have the right to vote, they should have some stake in the game. They should have some stake in our society. And the ways to have some stake in the society, something just went out. You hear?
No, I'm here. I'm in my car.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yep.
Ways to have some stake in the society is a nuclear family, a man and a woman in a home raising children. You have that household would be one vote. That household would accumulate to one vote. If you are single, a way to have some stake in the game, and so you can vote, because voting is an incentive. Voting would be an incentive, right? It isn't just like it isn't a privilege. It's like you get the right to vote because you are giving back to your community, to our society. Blue collar workers, these are the people that maintain the infrastructure and build the infrastructure. So they would have stake in the game. They would vote. The military, people that are in the military, they have stake in the game. They can vote. The government officials and stuff like that, they've been voted in. They have stake in the game. They can vote. People that did, let's say 2 to 5 years of community service, giving back to their community. If they're single, they can vote. So if you don't go to the military, if you do not, if you're not in any government official or anything like that, if you're not a blue collar worker, maybe you're working at a call center, do some community service, give back to your community, whether if it's helping out at, a food bank or something like that, but have X amount of years of community service, and then you are qualified to work. I think that this would incentivize people to not be lazy. This would incentivize people to get married and build a strong nuclear family. This would incentivize people to get into the military, because then they know that their voice is actually going to matter. They did something to have the privilege to vote. Not that you're in America, you turn 18 and you can just vote. These people vote for dumb things. These people voted for transgenderism and LGBTQ plus and feminism and a lot of dumb things that indoctrinated our society, and it decayed our society, right? Abortion.
These people as in men and women?
Men and women. These people, okay. Men and women. This is why it would suppress the men and women's vote. Not just men, but it would incentivize men and women to come together, to have a family, and then be good, productive members of society. And women can be good, productive members of society too by doing community service if they're single and are not going to get married or whatever it is. If they're doing community service, hey, you giving back to your community and building our society, you can vote. You're a blue collar worker, you're building the infrastructure and maintaining it, you can vote. So that's the full argument.
Okay, fair enough. But how do you feel about taxes then? I feel like taxes alone should let you have, especially federal, obviously, right? Should alone let you have the availability to vote. If I'm going to have to pay into this system, that's pretty much for me the only thing that actually matters at that point. And even an 18-year-old at that point is going into that. And again, if the school system had did them right, they would have went through their governmental classes and they would be able to articulate themselves better than some older people as well. So there's still an argument there to be like, okay, if that is me contributing to society, and now I'm getting into the job force, now I'm paying my taxes, now I'm buying from, local, or if I'm just putting commerce into the world, that is enough for me as a sovereign individual to say, hey, I'm contributing, I should be able to vote.
Yeah. So when it comes to taxes and people just paying their taxes and, oh, well, I'm giving taxes, so therefore I should have the ability to work. I would say this, there's a lot of people now, certain people that pay taxes, that's understandable. You're giving back. You're in real estate. You have so many homes. You're renting out homes. You have certain businesses. You are employing people, things like that. The employees, they're actually working for the company. They're paying taxes on whatever it is within your company that's technology or providing a service to the public or whatever it may be. We understand that people still need to pay taxes, right? When people pay taxes, what they get from that is benefits. They get benefits like our police force. They stay safe. They get benefits like our firefighters. They say safe. This is their benefit. We have many things where our tax dollars go to where it keeps these people safe and they actually receive benefits from it. This doesn't mean that they still need the right to vote.
Well, no, they don't need it, but again, they're putting into the society alone.
And they're still getting back though.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're saying it's a benefit. Yes, it is a benefit, but it's also like an agreement. You also vote on those things to be able to go into place.
Yeah, correct.
That's how they even got there in the first place. We voted for it, right? So,
well, some people, let's be clear, that is not how it got there. You know how America was founded. It wasn't a lot of women. Women just got the right to vote in what was it, 1960 or 1965, 67, something like that. Prior to women voting, do you know that every man didn't have a right to vote? Like this country, how it was founded, it was so many men, white men. They didn't have the ability to vote. You had to have some farmland. You had to be involved in some agriculture and things like that, have some businesses in order to have the right to vote. And we did just fine, right? So what you're saying does not mean that it cannot be done because it was already done. That's my point.
Okay, but I think we would probably disagree on this, but the fundamentals of America in my mind were to progress. Like the infrastructure, that's why I feel like America's so great, because the infrastructure was there to understand that we are going to grow and things are complex and they get more nuanced. So that's just what I would say about that. To say it wasn't meant to be like that because of the framework, I don't necessarily agree with, because it's progressive.
Well, I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm not. My argument isn't to say that. Well, I want us to go back to the 1800s. No, that isn't the argument.
I don't. Yeah, no.
No, I don't. I don't want it to go back into that time. What I'm saying is, currently, right now, there's a lot of things that's in place. A lot of laws that's in place that is not beneficial to women. Is detrimental to women. Is detrimental to men. Look at our marriage institution. Everything favors the women. It doesn't favor the man. This is why men currently in 2025, they're like scared to get married. Oh, I don't really want to get married. This chick is going to take me to the bank. She's going to take the money and the kids. Because
there's prenups for that. And if they're not strong enough men, to really get it enforced, because you can, I know it's not really enforced, but there are ways, right? You can do all types of things to let everybody know that you are going to have this prenup, notary publics, everybody in place.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I do agree.
Would say
you
they're
can have
weak
a
men
prenup
if they don't agree.
If they don't agree with the prenup.
Or no, if you don't agree with what I said, like, hey, you can get a prenup and you should, if that's what you're scared of.
I would say that if you're going to get married by I agree. If you're going to get married by the state, men go out there and get a prenup. I'm just using that as an example that there's many laws in place that doesn't favor the man. If we can speak about women hold all of the reproduction rights when it comes to who's born and who's not born in America. Over 1 million abortions are done at the hands of women per year. Over 1 million. Women have aborted a third of Gen Z, meaning a third of Gen Z is not here because women aborted a third of Gen Z, which is crazy if you actually think about it. This all comes from these laws is in place and who's voting on these things. A lot of people that have no insight, have lack of information. They're not mature enough. They have no stake in the game. They've just been indoctrinated by what they see on CNN or Fox News or whatever it may be. And they're voting based off of what they've been propagandized to vote for. That's all I'm saying. And
that may be true, but you're forgetting a lot about a whole different argument. It's like on abortion, there's so many things to say there because people's religion indoctrinates them to the point where they just think that like, so it was a dead on the starter for people who have religious beliefs, because just from the jump, if you like, no, that the murder, you're not there. And we all know it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Even if you don't agree with abortion at all, it's at least more nuanced than bad, no matter what, always, no matter what, don't kill. Right?
Well,
we can at least agree on that.
Well, that's the thing. I would make only one exception to the rule. So if the mother's life is in jeopardy, only if the mother's, so this is what I would argue for.
What percentage?
Let me just give you my argument. I'm not sure. What do you mean by percentage first?
This is an important question. So you said if the woman's life is in danger, what if there's a 20% chance she'll die? Instead of it being like she's still in danger, but it's like 2 out of 10 times they die. for me, that's too much for me to put my wife at risk. I'd just be like, no, we need to get rid of it.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this. Maybe you didn't hear what I was saying. What I'm saying is the one exception that I would make, it wouldn't be for grape. It would be only if the woman's life is in jeopardy, meaning that it's a scenario, and there's very few of them anyway. It's like less than 1% of these scenarios happen where the woman's life is on the line. They can't do the C-section due to X, Y, Z. So therefore, I would say that the woman gets to choose if she's going to live or if her baby is going to live. So that's the only way that I would give full 100 reproductive rights to the woman if her life is on the line. I wouldn't give full reproductive rights to the woman for anything else.
Okay.
And we can argue that if you want to.
Abortion's tough for me because I really think a woman should argue that with you and have a productive debate about it. Because honestly, it's not my body, and I would never want a woman telling me what to do with my body. So I think that's better for a woman to have with you. Because I start from there.
But
I don't
it
want
is your
anybody
baby, though.
telling me what to do. I don't want anybody telling me what to do with my body. I don't want anybody telling me what to do with my body, and I think that they have the same right. That's
fair enough.
My
if you don't want to argue that, that's fine. I'm not gonna,
it's not because I'm
put
scared.
forth an argument.
Well, we're just gonna go down. I just do this a lot, and we're gonna.
Yeah, you're just gonna say like, you're gonna say like, well, it's not my body, it's the woman. Sure. So fair enough. Okay,
honestly,
that's cool.
And I think almost you could agree a little bit, right? Or maybe we can go back and forth here. You wouldn't want anybody telling you what to do with your own sovereign body, correct?
If I was
just in general, Cooley, any man, woman, anybody, saying what you can and can't do with your body further than what's already there.
Got it. So if you make a general statement like that, no, because I didn't take the COVID vaccination, right? But if we make it specific, right? And if I would put myself in the woman's shoes, that baby isn't 100% mine. It's 50% mine, and it's 50% someone else's. This body is 100% mine, though. You know, in a woman's case, it would be 100% theirs, the body. But in regards to with the baby in there, it isn't really 100%, because I would say that this is what get into the argument, but here's how I would say that it isn't the woman when it came down to certain circumstances like grape and things like that. I wouldn't be in favor for abortion even then. But the only time is if the woman's life was in jeopardy, is because the baby is 50% the father's and 50% hers. Not only that, the seed of the father, the placenta, that gene comes from the man. The placenta acts as a parasite and extracts the nutrition from the woman to the baby. So that placenta and that baby that's growing essentially is the man's. Now, it does uses the mother DNA as well to make the placenta, but
at least 50%.
No, not even 50%.
Of the whole process.
It uses what's in the mother already to formulate the placenta, but the placenta itself, like that gene that creates the placenta and acts as a parasite, comes directly from the man. But that would be an argument for it in regards to whose is it and stuff like that. But you don't want to get into that anyway. So, okay. What other things did you want to speak about when it came to the red pill message or whatever, stuff like that?
Oh, yes. Some of the red pill direction. I don't want you saying I'm tone policing, but I just want to get out what I want to say. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't. I'm coming in good faith about it, though. I'm not backing you into a corner. I'm not trying to tell you what to or what not to say. It was just a position of someone who's coming from the self-help world, who got into this thing to just learn a little bit more. I'm 32 now, so this is way back in the day. Some of the OG, way back in the day. But it just became, as you get older, you understand that there's a little bit more nuance. So I think sometimes when you're making these prescriptions that are your own, but you're kind of letting, spreading them as if it is concrete, it gets a little bit dicey. It gets a little dicey. I'm not telling you not to do not to do it.
Okay,
I'm just
man, that's
my
cool.
Point of view.
Let's get into it.
Yeah. So that was enough. That was enough of me explaining. Then we can go back and forth about it. But that's where I'm coming from, as somebody who came up in the same space, listening to people like yourself.
No worries, man. Let's get into it. What's the other argument you want to make?
That we should go more towards or away from the anti-women rhetoric specifically, because that's the one thing that I am seeing more on the streets as I'm talking to these kids and these programs, that they are increasingly, no one's worried about the masculinity, right? I am a strong person. I like all dude stuff, right? I have a wife, I have a child. I like to do all these things, UFC, the whole nine. I like to be what I think to be a strong man. But where it separates and with me and this community is that specific part of the rhetoric and how you're speaking on women. It's making young men think there's a battle between them rather than a union that needs to go on. And I do think that may be a problem in the future. And I'm not ascribing that to specifically you, but kind of the sphere. Okay.
And what things that were said, because we have to debate specifically about the thing that would be anti-woman.
Yeah, so mind you, this sub 18-year-old, right? So these are people who are listening to you, right? Coming up and their brains are developing. They already, in their young dating life, right? They already are having ideals like the women shouldn't vote and things like this. They're not even old enough to like get into the world yet, like you were saying a little bit earlier. Like maybe 18's too young an age to vote. Maybe we can have that conversation, but these are people who are being, prescriptions put on them at that age, and then they're already, so from 18, if a woman didn't do something right or whatever, it's already going to be hyperbole because they're teenagers, right? They're all emotional. But that isn't really a discussion that the young kids should be having when they're trying to mature, especially men. That's way abrasive and also too combative between men and women from the jump. That's a very specific one, anecdotal thing. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that just, what we were just speaking about in regards to women not having the right to vote, some people would say that, and if a young person that is 18 or younger, they'll hear that message and they'll take on those same ideas to think that women shouldn't have the right to vote for X, Y, Z reasons. And that is detrimental to the relationship of men and women.
Yeah, from a very young age. It can be combative. Right, it gets combative, right? So they don't see themselves as being in a union. You get what I'm saying? Okay. They see them domineering over something and having something there. Like I get that's not true. Yeah.
I get what you're saying. So let me give you my refutation for this, right? Sure. I think that it is necessary. I think that this ideology is necessary, and it is a response due to all of the propaganda and the indoctrination of feminism that led men to simp for women and to pedestalize women and would basically put women above the man in many young boys' minds with, corn, with OnlyFans, with these Instagram chicks. They can just show their butts out on Instagram. You swipe it on TikTok. You literally see cheeks clapping with a little string that covers the twat. And these young kids are watching that. Mm-hmm. So I think that if these young kids can watch all of that, a good thing for these young kids to hear to combat the nonsense and this sexual liberation of women, that they know that it's a soft spot to men because, sex only sells because men purchase sex. So this is like a soft spot to men. So when people hear things from Andrew Tate, from myself, from people on Fresh and Fit or whatever it may be, a Marquette, whoever you're watching at that time, and they hear something where it shows that, well, you've been lied to. The woman, it doesn't even work if you pedestalize the woman. The woman actually wants a man that's superior than her, not a man that's inferior to her on every aspect. She wants the man taller, stronger, more competent, make more money. Women are hypergamous. So it actually would benefit you, young boy, if you work on yourself, become the best version of yourself. And guess what? If someone says that women shouldn't vote and they give some reason for it, which that's not my argument, but if they give that reason for it, I would say that it still creates a clear distinction between men and women, so these boys won't be simping. I think that we are in a simp epidemic. Real quick, here's my refutation. Right? I don't think that that message of women not voting or whatever. I mean, some people can make a fairly good argument for it. I'm not fully against it, but that's just not my argument, right?
That's just bad.
Well, you can say that is bad, but if it can be formulated in a way and it can work out, then maybe we can.
I'm saying it's bad for society as a whole, in my opinion. Of course, you can argue anything. Right?
Got it. Yeah. You can still push forth a good argument. Essentially, what I'm saying is, since there's so much propaganda on the left that is telling men to be more docile, that is not making any clear distinction from men and women. Basically, they're saying men and women are interchangeable widgets. If you're a man and you feel like you're a woman, you can actually change your sex and become a woman. You change your gender and become a woman. And actually, you know what? You can change your sex. Cut off your wang, we'll tuck it in, and we'll give you a vagina, a fake one. So they're not making any clear distinctions. The red pill message is creating a clear distinction and telling young men and adults that men and women are different and we're better, like opposites attract. We're better together than we are apart. I don't think that there's any, like, besides black pill, that's different. But red pill is actually, the message is we give descriptors, and the message is, well, men and women are better together than we are apart, right? And also men and women are different, and our differences is what attracts us.
Yeah, cool.
Right?
That's my argument, though, brother.
I'm saying is we need that.
To the same thing, right? I grew up listening to the same thing and getting behind the same idea, but it's almost like your argument against feminism. Like, it maybe started out as something good, but then turned into something. This is what's happening, is because we're not being specific with what we are saying. I'm telling you, because eventually, if a lot of people, and I'm not saying everybody, but I'm just giving you from the kids that I'm around, right, and that I interact with, which is why I even brought this up. It's that they're not getting that we're better together part. And I'm not saying it's your fault, I'm saying it. There is something wrong if that's happening, right? Because if that is truly the message, then something is off. So we do have to change the information to get it there, man. There is no other way. You can't just keep yelling.
Yeah. So, well, let's make a clear distinction between some things.
Okay.
Red pill itself is just a set of descriptors. Right? You have red pill, which is a set of descriptors, which is related to biological truths of men and women. And then you also have these content creators that they would use the red pill in these set of descriptors that's rooted in truth, and they would give prescriptions off of it. So do I agree with all prescriptions? Well, real quick, do I agree with all prescriptions that everyone gives in a red pill? No, I disagree with many of my friends, even within the red pill community, when it comes to certain prescriptors. But then there's many prescriptors that we agree on, right? So I would say that if you're fixated on, let's just say, the woman should not vote thing, which I'm not even in agreement with, but if that's one of the examples you want to use, I would say that is still better than little boys hearing that men and women are the same and they're interchangeable widgets, and you should pedestalize the woman and basically become a simp and be beneath the woman. I think that is still much better than the other male feminist message, which is propagating within the young boys.
But why okay, fair enough. But this is my issue, right? You went there. Right, you went to those people. Why there instead of just someone like? Why would you go to the extreme of that end instead of just saying there's so many other people in the left like myself? You're talking about way far. You're talking about marginal arguments too, right? That they're not having. I'm talking about the bulk of it, like the cultural aspect of it. How people are talking about it. That is how they're talking about it. They're not getting the message. Right?
No, I think that people. So here's what you're doing. What you're doing is, you are going based off of your own observation, and you are saying that based off of what I observe and how
internet analysis.
Real quick, based off of what I observe and what I perceive to be good and what I perceive to be bad, but you're going based off your own preferences, that in the future, this can be detrimental to men and women based off of what I perceive. And I'm giving you based off of what I perceive is it's much better than where we was going, right? That's all I'm saying. It's much better than where we was going to where it's what I'm saying is we're not in a he-man woman hater epidemic where boys hate women. We're not in that epidemic, right? We are experiencing an epidemic where there's more misandry than there is misogyny. There is more misandry than there is misogyny.
That's a response.
It is not a response. That isn't a response. These women act like this and feel this way is because they've been indoctrinated by feminism, right? The response is the red pill descriptors that's waking people up, that's waking these young boys up. That's what it is, man.
Okay, what are they waking them up to, Cooley? What are you saying they're waking them up? Because now we're having the observational argument, because you said that. You said they're waking up.
I've already told you, but I'll tell you again.
Well, you're not really saying anything, though.
I'll say it again for you, man. Okay.
You're telling me the red pill's not what I believe the red pill to be, right?
It's very simple, right? Do you believe in God?
No.
You don't believe in God. Are you atheist?
No. Agnostic, rather.
You're
That's
agnostic.
Specific, yeah.
Okay, so you're agnostic.
Yeah.
But so
Judeo-Christian God, I wouldn't say I believe in that.
You wouldn't say you believe in. Fair enough. But you do understand that the world has been what we observe. There are clear distinctions and there are clear truths about the world, like objective truths. Do you believe in like objective truth and objective morality?
Yes. No, not objective morality, but objective truth. There's few. Yes.
Okay, so therefore, me and you have two totally different worldviews, and this is why.
Well, that's why we're debating, though.
No, but we're not currently debating about anything like very specific right now. It's kind of like generalized about the red pill and people, not even the descriptors, but it's about the prescriptions, right? So we're kind of like not all over the place, but it's a general type of argument right now. Mm-hmm. Since we have different worldviews, we would have to debate specifically about things to see who has the better worldview. Because I think that the direction that young boys are going right now is much better than where they are. And if they continue on the same path and we keep speaking the truth, because the truth is good and only the truth can set people free, I think that it would bring people closer to God. So I think that we're on a good trajectory right now, but we actually need more. We need more content creators. Feminism isn't going anywhere. These women that are speaking about sexual liberation, corn, OnlyFans, praising women for being on a stripper pole, that's continuing every day. They're clapping for these women. They're clapping for the simps too. Oh yeah, let your woman take charge. I literally debated the guy, Alex, that he didn't know what he was speaking about. Like he had no concept of reality when it came to the things that he thought about and the things that he spoke about within his own mind. This is why he suffered mental contradiction within our debate. And I refuted him very fast, right? So since we have different worldviews, let's stick on something specific. What do you believe that morality is subjective?
Yes, most times, yeah.
Okay. So if morality is subjective, this means that then how can you tell me, even within your own worldview, that the things that you are prescribing, right, or the red pill is prescribing is bad because you believe in subjective morality, so you can't justify, your morality, your standard of morality is not more valid than the next person's standard of morality because it's all subjective. Meaning that what they say is good and you say is bad, you can't validate one another's. So why are you even up here arguing if you believe in subjective morality?
Well, because your understanding of it is not my understanding of it. Something could be good and then something could be better. Also, that statement could also be true with it being subjective. It doesn't
No,
necessarily have to be counter. You get what I'm saying? I could think that I'm right, or I could think that you're right, but then I think I'm more right in the sense of if I want this particular thing to happen, or if I think that is a better way to go.
is murder bad?
Murder is generally bad, yes.
Okay. So is murder always bad?
Murder is not always bad.
When is murder good?
Murder can be good if you believe in capital punishment. Murder can be good if you're saying that, which I don't agree with, but if some people are saying abortion is murder, I don't think it would be necessarily good, but it's not necessarily bad either. And yeah, I don't know if you're trying to frame this a certain way so I get caught up in something, but I'm pretty forward with what I'm thinking.
So you didn't make a distinction between murder and killing. Killing is different. Like if someone breaks inside your house and you're defending yourself and you kill someone, that isn't murder. You killed someone, right? That wouldn't be considered murder. You were in self-defense and you killed someone. I'm speaking about murder. Someone with bad intentions and they want to they murder someone.
Yeah. I think it's
when
bad.
when is that ever good?
I think that is bad because it's not conducive to society. That I'm being really specific with you right here. I don't think that murder is good anyway because it's not conducive to society.
Then murder is always bad.
Yes, in our society and how I would like to live and in how we currently live, yes.
All right. So murder is always bad.
For our society, yes. For how I want to live, yes. You gotta be super specific.
Is grape always bad?
Grape is always bad. Grape is always bad.
Grape is always bad.
Yes, for society, yes. It's terrible for society. And
what about for the individual?
What do you mean for the individual? Yes, because it's taking away basically your own sovereignty, your autonomy. You're imposing yourself. I don't think imposing yourself on anyone is good, particularly for society.
Okay, you don't think that imposing oneself on someone else is good for society, but we can say that someone opposes themselves on cops impose themselves on someone if someone robs a bank, if someone hijacks a car. So it's just not imposing themselves on someone else. What is it?
Yeah,
it has to be something else.
I'm trying to frame this for you, Cooley. Like for our society, I'm going to agree with a lot of these things, or say they're bad or whatever. But if you're saying there's something pointing up there, and that something told us that it was bad for society, it's too big of a universe to say yes, this is bad or this is wrong.
What if the woman wanted to be? What if the woman wanted to be great?
Then it wouldn't be right.
No, like she didn't give permission to this one dude, but she felt pleasure from it. She was like, that's kind of like a fantasy of mine. One day, it'd be cool if it happened, hypothetically, right? I just want to get your worldview.
That is so difficult of a question. That wouldn't even be conductive to our
Let me just get it out, because extreme hypotheticals is put out there to test if your logic is consistent, right? So what if it's a scenario? Let me just get it out, man. Don't be scared. If it's the case that a woman, she wants to be raped. It's a fantasy of hers, right? She doesn't want to give consent. She wants it to just randomly happen, whoever it may be. And she wants it because she's going to feel pleasure out of it. Now, she doesn't tell anyone to do it, but she's always in places where it could happen. Maybe walking up a dark alley. This is the hypothetical just to test your logic. Maybe walking up a dark alley and she wants this. And let's say if it happens and she feels pleasure out of it. She feels good. She doesn't feel bad at all. Is that type of grape acceptable for you?
Did she tell someone that? Like I'm saying,
no. She didn't.
Say the guy got in trouble or something. Would she then also, just for our conversation, the hypothetical, would she have told the cops like, actually, it's no big deal because I want it to be raped?
So, well, I'll say this: yes to that, but then also the guy, he didn't know that she wanted to be raped. His intentions was bad.
Mm-hmm. He had bad intentions.
His intentions was bad. It's great on his
Okay,
end.
well,
He
I'll
got
say
bad intentions.
it wasn't
But for
conducive
her,
to
but real
society.
quick, but listen, but for her, she felt pleasure from it, and she got exactly what she wanted out of it. Is then in that scenario, is grape always bad?
Yes, because it's not conducive to society. But that is a
How
wild
would that not
hypothetical,
be
and you're trying
No,
to
how is
push
you
me
gotta
into
have
a
to
corner,
explain
and you
how
know
is
it.
that no, how is that not conducive
And
to
you know
society?
it.
Explain. I don't know what you.
Because he meant malevolent by it, which in any other case for me,
Okay.
wouldn't be conducted to society. So I'm just going with that so I can stay on my own level here, because that is a wild hypothetical. Really
Okay.
wild.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm seeing if you're consistent. So far,
Yeah.
you was consistent. That was
Right.
good. Right. Now, the reason why I'm asking, I'll give you the reason why I'm asking these questions, because you say that you believe in subjective morality, meaning that you have no moral standard outside of yourself. You're appealing to the moral standard within yourself, right? And I believe that if you do appeal to the moral standard that's your own preferences, that's within you, right?
Yeah, but I got to be, since we're having this, it's just because this was my field of study and stuff. I got to be specific and say for society, because I really do mean it that way. I think it's good for society. You get what I'm saying? Like
That's
it's
totally
worth mentioning.
okay. That's totally fine. Totally fine, man. Okay, fair enough. So here's what I was saying. Let's get to the root of the argument here in
Sure.
regards to the whole red pill thing and why basically your questions, if it's not very specific, is kind of like, just a regular conversation. It would never be a debate, because there's things that me and you just fundamentally disagree on, right?
Right.
I don't believe in subjective morality. I believe that God sets the standard of morality and we adhere to it. That's what I believe in. In your worldview, you believe that you as the individual and each individual sets the standard of morality. And if that's the case, under your worldview, it would just cause a lot of chaos and confusion, because you can never get to a standard of good and a standard of bad that we all follow and that we all have consequences for that standard of good and bad. Under my worldview, with that push forward, there's one standard of good and bad. And if everyone is held accountable for that standard of good and bad, it isn't subjective. So meaning that under your worldview, if you wanted to create a society, then it would be based off of numbers, meaning that, well, if X amount of people say yes to this, if X amount of people say yes to grape, bro, grape is going to be legal because it's subjective in your worldview. In my worldview, it can be only me saying no to grape and a billion people saying yes to grape. If the standard is God and everyone follows that standard and they follow God, then grape would be illegal and it would never be a standard of a moral standard in my society. Does that make sense?
Yes, but what if they were atheist and they still followed, like, basically the commandments, not even knowing them, but just because it fell that way?
Yeah,
Then
listen,
what?
I don't care if they believe in the donkey, but if they followed a standard, the objective standard of morality that is set by God, then that is much better than your standard where everyone is basically their own God and they make up their own morality.
It's. I know you like. I feel like you're
Because
a little bit scared of the chaos, but
AD,
that's how
what I'm
people
saying,
think.
AD, all I'm saying is, since you believe in subjective morality, then you can't come in here and say, well, Cooley, I think that you should do things this way because you believe in subjective morality. It's my standard of morals and your standard of morals has the same validity. They're both valid. It's equal. Right. So you can't say, well, Cooley, you're not doing this right because you believe in subjective morality anyway. So under your worldview, I am doing everything right because it's subjective to me.
Okay, well, fair enough. And then we can go on this because I appreciate you even having. I know it's a meta conversation, but it's important. I still feel like we got good back and forth out of this. So, but it's still so. If you're would you say your message is to make an impact on, well, I'll just be specific to men just because that's more of your base. Would you say that's your goal, is to have a
No,
good impact and lead them towards a more, I guess, godly in this
it's
instance?
it's men and women,
Okay.
men and women. And I actually got approached today from a girl at the gym. She said, "Hey, I watched your podcast, and a woman was on your podcast, and I'm in a relationship with this guy, and he was telling me that his ex was crazy, and his ex happened to be on your podcast." She was like, "I really didn't believe him, and it's a fresh relationship. So when he was telling me that his ex was crazy," she's like, "Well, I really didn't believe it like that. She was crazy, but I watched your podcast, and she was on there, and everything he said was valid. Like, your podcast helped our relationship out so much because, like, I really didn't trust my man so much, but your podcast, I verified everything on your podcast based off of you having this woman on there and you just asking her simple questions and her just being on there, and she was just pretty much exposing herself." Right.
I have no doubt that you help people.
What I'm saying is,
and I never said you were saying anything bad though either, Cooley. That's what I'm saying. Please don't misrepresent me. I came with a legitimate concern, which is
fair enough.
Hear more young men who I deal with having that same mentality, and I'm not saying it's your fault. I was specific. You're in the red pill space, and you allowed me, which I appreciate, to come up here. So I was just talking that way. And I know you do internet analysis, and I'm online, so I thought this would be a good conversation for that. It just, I'm not even saying you specifically, but that is where it's leaning for sure.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think so. And the reason why I gave you that quick example is just to let you know that I impact men and women. And that's the goal of the podcast. The goal of the podcast is to make a clear distinction between good and bad, to make a clear distinction between men and women, to make a clear distinction between right or wrong, good and evil. And by doing so, by pointing this out, it will ultimately get people closer to the truth, and that gets people closer to God, because right now we have another side that is trying to cause confusion by creating an inversion in society and not pointing out any clear distinctions. They don't know what's right and what's wrong. They don't know what's up and what's down, what's left and what's right. Everything has been conflated, and it causes so much confusion in society. Men are pedestalizing women. This makes no sense. Women don't even want a man to pedestalize them. That doesn't make any sense. So we are in a position, and like, I'm just using that as an example, right? Like, how things are just off.
I just don't agree. But yeah, I think you should worship your woman. Your woman should worship you for sure.
Yeah. I don't. Well, that's the thing, man. You totally disagree on that. I don't think that men should ever worship a woman. Men, the only thing that they worship is God. They don't worship another man. They worship God, Jesus Christ. It's a spiritual thing. So you never worship a woman. The reason why, even if we look in the biblically speaking, which you're not a religious man.
Well, I grew up Southern Baptist.
Since you grew up Southern Baptist, then you know that, listen, Baptist, Adam was the first simp. He listened to Eve, and this is why we all in a sinful state. We're in a fallen state right now, because he was the first simp.
That is what you believe. I know, which is why, and I know it's hard to have these, but I appreciate you having it. Because it is still a good thing for people to see that do have different beliefs, because there is an overlap here to where men do need to take accountability. Men, I agree with all of this, and I came up doing that. But if you want to be a man and you want to take care of the household, you should just do so. There does need to be nothing else from the woman. She can do whatever you guys decide her role is or that she wants to do. If you want to be a man, if you want to take things and put the backpack on and
well, then he would that man,
that is for you.
That man, if the woman isn't reciprocating on her end and the woman has no obligations in the relationship, then that man is a simp. Before, and real quick,
that is true. That's
okay,
true.
Look, let me say something here. Before a nation starts, a relationship starts. This is why I do the dating and relationship podcast. I'll repeat. Before a nation start, relationships start. Community is built, and then so on and so forth, right? And it scales up. Therefore, men and women need obligations. In society, we know they need certain obligations.
Well, everybody does. See, it
real quick. Listen, man. All I'm saying is real quick. if we know that, and if you can agree in society, on a societal level, because you kept speaking about our society, we know that men and women need to adhere to the things that they are obligated towards. Now, not mean there's always going to be exceptions to the rule where there's a woman that she's much better in this technology and she's not really prioritizing having children because that's not on her mind. But we do, that may be an exceptional woman that has a certain skill for our society that can give back to our society to build us. So she's not actually going to be having children because that's not what she wants to do. That exception is fine, but we shouldn't create propaganda to say that, to make that woman the norm, right? Because that's what feminism does. Women go out there and seek your career, have a career, chase your career rather than having a family, right?
I don't think it's rather than that though.
No,
what I'm saying? You pursue something till things change.
No,
like
no.
If you want, go ahead. I think that's a good message. Do things until they change.
No. My message is very clear, right? I think you misunderstood me just then. What I'm saying is, women have obligations to society, and currently, right now, we are below replacement level in our population because women do not adhere to their obligations. They're the only ones that can bear children. They're not doing it. Right? Men.
That's not their obligation to society.
Okay, so then once again, you have an entirely different worldview than mine, and you think that women bearing children and raising the next generation and being nurturing mothers isn't an obligation. Well, is the man's okay? Is the man's obligation to be in the military and to protect us?
No, I just think it is conducive. We do need to have an army. I think so.
Okay, well, now you're speaking out of both sides of your cheek. If we need to have an army, and it's conducive to have a military, so therefore men should be obligated from a general perspective. We need X amount of men to maintain our borders so China or Russia or another country doesn't take us over. We need X amount of men to secure our borders and maintain our infrastructure. Yes, that would be an obligation. So real quick, I don't believe men are women, but real quick, I would say that that's an obligation. You would say it has to be an obligation then, right?
It does. Yes, I'll say yes for now because many countries do not have a real military. Right, we got to be honest about
many
this, right?
countries,
I think we should.
I get you. And many countries suffer because they do not have a good military, and other countries basically, they're second or third world countries, and other countries basically take them over easily. But anyways, what I'm saying is, if it's clear that men have certain obligations, why isn't it clear under your worldview that women should have certain obligations? We are below population level. If women aren't, have an obligation to birth the next generation, then we won't have a population to protect. We need the military to protect us, but if women aren't obligated to their duties, we won't have a population to protect.
Their only duty is to bear a child if they want to bear a child, not should bear child.
Okay.
Yeah, I get you, but we do just have differences there. I hear you.
Should we have a certain percentage of men to maintain our infrastructure, and
it is smart to do so?
But should we?
Yes. Should we, for how we want to live or how I want to live? Yes.
Okay, so we ought to put men, a certain percentage of men in the military, and we ought to put certain percentage of men into construction work to maintain our infrastructure and our economy and things like that. We should put a certain percentage of men in these positions. Now, if it's the case that we need to sustain our population level, right? Because what are we protecting our society from if we don't have any population? Is there a certain percentage, real quick, is there a certain percentage that women ought to be in the position to bear children?
I got lost in the question because
Okay, is there?
yeah,
I'll repeat
can
it
you
again.
ask it again? Yeah.
I got you. There's a certain, real quick, I'll just reiterate it. You already said yes. There's a certain percentage of men that need to go into infrastructure and go into military. Is there a certain percentage of women that need to have babies?
No. No. There's no certain percentage that needs to be high, Cooley. Why are you acting like this is some mental lapse? Why are you acting like this is a mental lapse? What? I don't understand.
Listen,
You're
man,
not getting anything.
You simping right now, man. You simping right now.
If I want the society
big
to be a way
simping.
that I put on for me.
Okay,
everything else is ancillary. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you. Let's go back then.
Complete control. Yeah.
Okay. I get you. But you said something here which you are in mental contradiction. But we gotta pan this out.
Okay, got you.
Because you are in mental. I will
yeah,
let
my
you know
wife's
how.
calling me in too. I got to simp. I got to go simp. So.
Tell your wife that you need 5 more minutes.
No,
all right?
she's straight. We're good.
All right, cool. When we were speaking about relationships, and remember, I told you before a nation is built, a relationship is built. And when
that's just a saying.
Do you agree with that saying?
I don't know if for real, I'm being honest. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, it sounds
how
like
can we have?
It sounds logical.
Yeah, well, how can we have a nation if we don't have relationships? It has to be that case, right? Sure. So if it's the case that we need good relationships, and when I brung up the relationship question and I said that if the woman isn't reciprocating on her end, then that man is a simp. And you said, yeah, he would be a simp if the man is doing everything and the woman isn't reciprocating.
If he wants to have kids and he got with her and then she no longer wants to have kids, yes, he's simping. Yes.
No. That what I said clearly, and you said yes. You said simp, and then I was like, yeah, that's a simp. You was like, yes. Once again,
I'm telling you what I was referring to.
Okay, if the man is protecting, providing, he's doing all of his duties, but the woman on her end, she isn't reciprocating back. There's no reciprocation value that she's adding to the man. She's not following his lead. She's not having any children. She's not cooking food. He doing Uber Eats or whatever it is. And guess what? He's okay with it. He's not fighting it. He's like, yeah, honey, go ahead and do what you want to do. I'm still going to protect and provide for you. You would consider that man to be a simp, right?
Again, this is why we have to be like specific with this, because
we are specific. Yes or no?
Is there agreement that they would like to have children? This matters a lot. It matters a lot. If you saying that he went into the situation like, hey, we're gonna have kids, we're gonna grow a family, and then she's not, he's simping.
What I'm saying is, kids don't even have to be involved.
Okay.
There's no kids involved.
Okay.
He's protecting and providing. And he's adhering to his duties of being a man, sticking by her. He'll take a bullet for her at the times of peril. He's that guy. But for him, he's like, well, baby, you can just do whatever you want. I'm fine with you doing whatever you want. You don't have no duties. You can just do whatever you want. You don't got to give me sex when I want it. You don't got to do anything. Just I love you for you, baby girl. If she isn't reciprocating anything back, is he a simp?
If she's not giving him sex back and he wants it, then yes, because that is not a relationship.
Okay. If he wants children, but she doesn't want children and he still stays, is he simping? But he's like protecting and providing and doing all of this, but she don't want to give him kids?
Again, if
you already said yes to that one before, but is that the case?
Well, if he got with her before, like, and he knew, then yeah. If he got with her before and he knew she didn't want to have kids and he married her anyway, and then he's like, man, why aren't you having kids? Then of course he's simping.
All right, now watch this, right?
Yeah.
So basically, in a relationship, before it gets to the nation, the man is a simp if the man has duties. And if the man adheres to all of his duties in a relationship, but the woman doesn't adhere to her duties in a relationship, and she's not reciprocating on her end, in a relationship stage, he's a simp. But in the nation, the man isn't a simp. I'm saying that in the nation, on a societal level, men are doing their duties. We have the right percentage of men in military. We have the right percentage of men building and maintaining our infrastructure. But guess what? We do not have the right percentage of women doing their duties, which is having babies, having a nuclear family. They're aborting 1 million babies per year. They're divorcing the man 70 to 80% of the time. So women aren't adhering to their duties, but men are adhering to their duties. But you don't have any problem with that picture, but you do have the problem with the picture when it comes to a regular relationship.
Well, just because you laid this out, you laid this worldview out. I didn't agree to any of this. So
This
I'm just
is your
engaging that way.
worldview. This is an internal critique.
Cooley, you're asking me
is what you
questions
call,
and then framing it. You don't get to do that.
Bro,
You're
this
framing
is
the
what
question and I'm engaging
but
with you.
I'm-
That's
no,
not what I
I'm-
agree with. I
listen,
don't agree with that.
Everybody already heard all of this. I'll repeat it again slowly for you, AD. What you do agree with is that women should not be obligated to have babies, but men should be obligated to maintain the infrastructure and protect us with the military. Is that true?
Women, if this is the world that you're saying, right, you're framing this way, I'll answer this in the box that you have put it in. Women should have obligation. I don't know if it's to have children, though. They should definitely contribute to society, though. If you're saying that's the only way that they contribute to society, then hey, that's on you. That's not my belief. I think women have value outside of having children. So I don't know.
Are we in a population crisis, or are we in women in corporate jobs crisis?
What are you saying is a population crisis? You're saying that we won't be able to keep up with the rate of growth? Is that what you're saying?
We will not be able to sustain our current economy without immigration with our own population levels.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you want to okay. You want to
so
stop
with our own
yes, this is
so
a different
listen
immigrant
real quick
conversation,
listen
really.
with our
they
own
come over here and have kids. You know that they like to have kids.
Listen, it's very simple. With our own population right now, with immigrants included, right? Everything included, with our own population, we are below replacement level. So it's supposed to be 2.1 babies per woman, but currently we are only at 1.6 babies per woman to sustain our population level so we can maintain our current economy. How things are going and flowing, to maintain this, we need to maintain a certain population level so people buying and spending and people doing things like that. You get what I'm saying? People are in certain roles and in certain duties.
I don't necessarily agree with you. I'm a society guy. I believe that we all need to have purpose somewhere, and I think we all do have purpose to some degree. But
if you don't, just Google it.
Well, I'm not even disagreeing with that. I'm not saying we're not behind in that way to be able to sustain. What I'm saying is, I'm not going to lay out my worldview on your podcast. But listen, if we make it to where women can feel more comfortable, like with a man, because I'm telling you they don't, right? That's one of the talking points they have. I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm not saying that, Cooley, but I'm saying them. We have to make it to where it's desirable to want to have babies with these men. Men also have to be desirable too. We can't just say it's supposed to be that way. We got to make it. This is why I agree with some of the red pill rhetoric.
Okay, do you know
to make
why?
yourself a better man. Yes, I agree.
Do you know why some of these women most women don't find average men desirable? Do you know why?
Yes, a lot. Yes, I do.
Okay,
well, for me, and it's because women when dudes talk about women, it oftentimes comes off hateful.
No, that is not the case.
That is why. Yes,
that is not the case. That is a lie, my friend. That is a total lie. That's a lie.
A lie?
Let me give you the truth, AD.
Okay.
Let me give you the truth.
Cooley's truth.
No, this is the truth. I'm speaking objectively true, right? So women have a nature about themselves, and all psychologists know this and biologists know this, that women are hypergamous, which means that when it comes to dating and relationships, they tend to they prefer to date a man on their level. They prefer to date a man above their level, but they would date a man that's on their level. But they do not want to date a man that's below their level when we're speaking about height, income, and things of that sort, and status, things of that sort. They want to date a man above their level, so they're hypergamous. Since women currently, they, like you said, they feel like they really can't find a man that's worthy to start a family with because of feminism. Feminism pushed these women in the workforce and pushed these women to prioritize their career and their college education, where they incur all of this debt, right? And they spend all of this time not focusing on family and children, but they focus all of their time and energy building up their career, right? So therefore, what I'm saying is these women, they wait so long to have a man because they're not prioritizing a man. So everyone is sexual beings. So what happens is these women rack up a body count because they're prioritizing their career, but they're still sleeping around, right? That's what happens. And
Well,
then
sure.
went about, what'd you say? Mostly true, right? Yeah.
No, I said sure. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
that's true to some degree for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Like if they're still having sex, they're prioritizing their career. They're not really focused on getting married or having children. They're prioritizing their career. They're still having sex, though. We can say that that's a logical entailment from a biological truth that most women still gonna have sex. What happens is they rack up a body count, and they had a lot of options in their younger years of getting the man that they wanted, but they didn't take those options. They prioritized their career. But now when they're around 29, 33 years old, they're like, where's all the good men at? They wasted their most youthful years. They wasted their prime years to find the man that they want, but they spent it chasing the career that they want. So now these women and these complaints that you're hearing is women that is past their prime and they can't find the man that they want because most men, statistics shows that they're attracted to youth and beauty. They're attracted to a woman that can get on their program, not a career woman that built up these characteristic traits of being non-compliant, of being aggressive, and having some masculine characteristic traits and they don't have the ability to follow a man's lead. Most men don't want those type of women. Those women would just be recreational use only. So
okay, that is a legitimate argument.
That's the society that we're living in currently right now. And then also to add on to it, we have social media where an average chick isn't attracted to average men because she has all of these options from high status men. And since women are susceptible, they don't understand the difference of sexual attraction and relationship attraction. So they'll talk to a man, an NBA player or an athlete, or just someone in their community that has some status. They'll get all of this attention from those men, but they don't get a relationship. They get their sexual attention and not a relationship. And you know why this happens as well? Because these women don't have a father. You know why they don't have a father? Because these women prioritize their mothers and their grandmothers prioritize their career over a family, prioritize their career over a family and their man. They divorce the man out of the home. So a lot of women are being raised, especially in the black community, are being raised by single mothers where they have no fatherly guidance to instill and to be an example of a man that they should be attracted to. So this all streams from the indoctrination of feminism, my friend. But you don't seem to have a problem with feminism.
Whoa, I have a problem with anything that's extreme. So if you're talking about like extremist feminist, then yes, I have a problem with that. But feminism as a movement, no, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Man. Listen. So good conversation, man. AD,
sure.
This is what we'll do. I got a lot of super chats in here that are piling up. A lot of people saying next, so I'll get some more. I'll get some more callers in. But listen, man, you came in. You pushed forth your arguments. We had a decent debate, and I welcome you back to No Fugazi for the next show.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, Cooley.
All right, man. Have a blessed one.
Yes, sir.
All right, chat. Well, listen, we do it live. I kept them up. I know a lot of people in the chat was like, next, get him out of here, bring up someone else. He's not understanding. He's not listening. I'm reading the regular chats and stuff like that too. Let me get to these super chats. And then we'll get some more people up on the panel. But before I get to the super chats, let me honor the members real quick. So let's bring up Wit Kid again. Wit Kid, welcome to the show again, man. What's your thoughts on everything?
So I had a few questions for AD. I mean, I don't know if everything, kind of like you said, everything to him when he was talking about morals, is just his preference. It's not his morals.
Well,
That's what he's getting confused with.
yeah, it's his
Because
preference.
he's
It
like, and he
reduces
kept
down to
saying,
preferences.
my society, and for society, what society? Your society? And then, like you brought up, well, what if a billion people said that X is okay, which you think is not okay? It's all preferences, which is what he's confusing the two things with.
Yeah.
And then the main thing I really wanted to get up is I wanted you to actually bring up Yo Boy Lean while he was up there, because that's a before and after picture of a diet commercial. If you look at them side by side,
Hey yo, he said yo boy Liam. I don't see him backstage. Is he in the chat?
he was in, yeah, he was in chat. He might still be in
Oh,
chat.
okay.
But
Maybe
but
so.
I just wanted to talk to AD mostly about his preference on what he was saying with morals,
Yeah,
because those are all
morals.
preferences. Nothing he said was a moral. It
Yeah.
was a preference that he had.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, no, it's not a preference. It's for society. How a society? Well, that's how you think society would run, which would be your preference.
Yeah, I let him know that he just didn't understand. So this is why I was just like, he's not going to understand that if you believe in subjective morality, then everything reduces down to your preferences. And to explain that to him again, while he didn't understand many other things, it was just probably, it would be a waste of time. But let me get to these super chats, Big Kid Dreams. I appreciate you, man. All right, peace. Okay, let's get to these super chats. We got a lot of them in here that they piling up, man. I appreciate all the support. Let's give a no Fugazi to the chat today.
No Fugazi. Fugazi.
Y'all in here supporting OD. Okay. We got Dane Snyder. He says, this is at Tyga at Zandal. This is an old one though. He says blacks are stereotypically late to appointments because they're Scotch Irish, not because they're African. Okay, fair enough. We got Dane Snyder. I think I read that one. Oh, no. Okay, this is Dane Snyder against his $10. He says, to Uncle Tyga, you're Irish, so you know what I'm talking about. Blacks who descend from New England, freemen and New England free people of color aren't like us Scotch Irish. They're organized. Okay, fair enough. Dane Snyder again sends in a $10 super chat. It's at Tyga again. I guess y'all having some conversations back and forth to you guys, but I'll go ahead and read these real quick. He says, those blacks who descend from Southern blacks are very Scotch-Irish and late everywhere. Okay, so I guess you guys are going back and forth in the chat and comparing Scotch-Irish people to black people, because I guess Scotch-Irish people are late, just like some black people. Okay, fair enough. We got Dane Snyder again. He says, sends in $5. Says, Cooley, glad to see. Okay. I read that one before. Okay, I read that one. We got Wicked Dreams, sends in $5. Please try to say this 3 times fast. Swiss wristwatch. Okay. We got Dane Snyder, sends in $5. He says, sometimes you mispronounce words and it's hysterical. Every time you say manipulation, it make me think of a woman's chest. Yeah, man, I mispronounce words all the time, bro. All the time. This is something normal over here with David Cooley, myself, on No Fugazi podcast. I mispronounce words. We got Dane Snyder, sends in $10. He says, these women like this OBGYN are only interested in what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Equality, and not interested at all in what brings about the best outcomes. True. We got RM, sends in $20. Appreciate the support, RM. Says, what's good, bruh? Was a pleasure debating with you last week. Let me know when you have a panel discussion. I'd like to participate. Yeah, if we got a few people, we ain't really got a lot of people back here right now for a panel debate. We got Chaos. I see you back here. I'll bring you up in a little bit. We got RM. Welcome to the gang. He just became a member.
No
Shouts out to you, man. I appreciate the support. We got Blackest Panther, sends in $10. He says, Sir AD, you've spent more words saying that's not my point more than you've actually made your point. Next time, write down your question. This is ridiculous. Blackest Panther, I think you were in here before So shouts out to you. Welcome back to the stream, man. We got Glenn Butler. Welcome to the gang. He just became a member. Shouts out to
No
you.
Fugazi.
Shouts out to you. We got Mike Young sends him $5. He says, "Hey, Cooley, would you ever have both Johnny and Lily on your show, Lily Gaddis on your show?" I don't know who those individuals are. Leonardra and Lily. I'm not sure who. Let me see who these people are. Lily Gaddis. Who is this? Maybe I'm just out of touch right now. Okay, Lily Gaddis is the chick that she said the N-word when she was on she's on Pierce Morgan with Myron, and I guess she said the N-word and triggered a lot of people. And then also let me see. Oh yeah, man, I'll have any of these people on my show. I'll fully debate her. I think it's weak of individuals that utilize the N-word or utilize any word, not just the N-word. I think it's weak of an individual to utilize any word on the internet that you wouldn't utilize in person to the person or in person in any situation. So since we're speaking about the N-word, and this is to all the people that think it's cool, which and it gets them in the algorithm right now. If you're on X and if you're white and you use the N-word, it's like it's popular right now. It's trendy for white men and women to utilize the N-word via X on Twitter and in their videos and stuff, like a Nick Fuentes and stuff like that. So this is No Fugazi podcast, right? And we got to keep it No Fugazi here. So I don't want you to be fooled. People need to be smarter than this. I hope you are smarter than this. If you observe one of these internet clowns using language that they wouldn't use at their most vulnerable points, at their most vulnerable times, then it isn't real. It isn't authentic. So we need to point out the fakes. We don't follow the fakes. Don't follow the fakes. You follow the authentic people. So when we speak about people like a Lily or a Nick Fuentes that uses the N-word, it is fake. It isn't real. Would Nick walk in the hood and walk down a street where there's black people with hoodies and say the N-word? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't have the courage to do it. With Lily, this little white chick, would she say the N-word at a beauty salon getting her hair done with all of these black women that maybe, let's say, very vulnerable, so they're ratchet, right? Would she say the N-word? I don't think she has the courage to do it. But if it's the case that I don't know these individuals, right? But if it's the case that these individuals do have the courage to utilize any language and any word at any time, then that's authentic. That's authentic. We got, okay, you authentic? Go ahead and be authentic. Because over here, we're not sensitive over here on No Fugazi Podcast. I've debated many people that use the N-word and stuff like that. And people call me the N-word before, right? But the people that call me the N-word or called me any type of language, because over here I don't cuss or I don't even say the F word. I don't say the B word. I don't say any like language like this. And the reason why I don't is just because it's for my own self-control. Because, I can be listen, man, y'all know me over here. I turn it up when I want to, right? But if it's the case that these individuals would utilize this type of language or the word at their most vulnerable time, then they're keeping it No Fugazi, and I can respect it. I don't have to accept it. It's like, it can be beneath me, but it's like, respectable at least because, you're being No Fugazi. You're actually saying it at your most vulnerable time. But the thing is, you and I, we both know that many of these internet clowns, they will not use that word at their most vulnerable time. We know that they don't have the character for that. They don't have the build for it, right? I don't think that's the case. Now you see Andrew Tate says it. He says that he's black and white. Fair enough. But we know that someone like Tate would say the N-word around a group of niggas in the hood and be like, and he would have the courage to do it because we know that that's an individual where he actually has the skill and the courage to physically protect the things that he says or physically stand up for the things that he says. He'll actually do it. But a lot of these people won't do it at all. So it's not really respectable. It's not commendable, right? So, over here on this side of the internet, over here on No Fugazi, just keeping it No Fugazi with you guys. So, yeah. Now let's get to who else we got in here. Dane Snyder again. He says, Deej and I have started saying population like Cooley because we want to be like him when we grow up. Manipulation too. Bro, listen, is population. You say it fast, population. If you say it real fast, can you really put the U in there? You got to slow it down. Population. Say it, population. That's how I pop off, man. Listen. See, the chat get on me too. Y'all always get on me too, man. So even with the people you come up here and debate, I know the chat be roasting y'all, but listen, the chat roasts me all the time too. So that's just what it is. Don't be sensitive. We got a RM sending $20. He says, here's my $20 to get this dude off the stream now. Oh, I didn't know y'all wanted him off that bad. That's crazy. Shout outs to you, RM. We got Dane Snyder sending $5. He says, Scott Irish are late everywhere, just like Cooley is late for his podcast. I wasn't that late. I think I was only like 10 minutes late, man. Give me a break. We got Uncle Tiger sends him $5. Says, Shelly sells seashells down by the seashore. Shelly also looks 39. Fair enough. We got Dane Snyder sends him $5. When an Alabama redneck says you mispronounce words, you definitely ain't hooked on phonics. Fair enough. Uncle Tiger sends him $5. I'll debate you on the use of the N-word, but it might get this stream flagged. Yeah, you know what? I don't care about the use of the N-word. So there's no sensitivity over here. It's free speech. Say whatever you want. I'm making a clear distinction. That's what I want you guys to know. People go ahead, say whatever you want. I don't care at all, right? Like I told you, someone came up on my stream that I debated this guy, and he was calling Myron the N-word. He was calling Myron and a few other people like the N-word and talking all this crap about Myron. Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit. And I'm like, bro, why are you calling my stream talking about Myron? Go ahead and say that to his face, because he said that he met Myron in person. I was like, well, if you're on stream calling him the N-word, saying all of these things, but you were in his face and didn't say this, then I can't respect you. That's the clear distinction I'm making. It's not manly to do these type of things, right? It's not manly to say things that you wouldn't say in, all corners of your life, even in your most vulnerable times. That's not manly to do. That's not masculine. And we do know that there are some clowns on the internet. They say certain things, but they're gay. I almost used the F word, but I don't want to get flagged, right? They're gay. YouTube censors us. I'm not trying to censor anyone from using any words. Use any freaking word you want. But we know the people that's fake when they using it. That's the point. Podcast is called No Fugazi for a reason. You niggas need to learn something.
No Fugazi.
We don't accept the fake. We only accept the real. If you haven't learned, now you should know. I don't care what race, what color you are. We only accept the real. All right. We got, Dane Snyder sends $20. Appreciate the support. He says, my position on the N-word or the F word or LGBTQ or whatever, is that I don't use those terms because of who I am, not out of fear of intimidation from others or to impress others. True. That's standing on your principles. Then he says, a guy you had earlier saying, FAFO, whatever. I'm not sure what he said. Okay. But, yeah, well, that's standing on your principles, man. That's what that is, right? And I think that masculinity is a man that is standing on his principles, right? And we got to just keep it funky, man. It is cool right now for certain influencers on X, where it's they can say whatever they want, or on Rumble or whatever platform it is. They say these things, which is like a trigger word to like the sensitive black people. They'll say like the N word and things to like rage bait. But it's really not to rage bait the blacks, because the blacks don't even watch these certain conservative shows like that. It really is to say these words that other white people are scared to say. So when white people are seeing another white man utilize the N-word freely like this, like a Nick Fuentes or something, it's like, wow, he must be a gangster. He's just saying it out loud and not caring. He's a G. No, he's not a G, silly kids. Tricks are for kids, right? Tricks are for kids. He's not a G. He's saying it, but he would never say it. I don't think that individual is a person that would ever say it in the hood, right? Or around people that he know that it's a possibility that he may experience some consequences. Like for me, you call me the N-word, it's like, I'm not sensitive, so I'm not going to have an emotional response and beat you up for saying the N-word. No, that's stupid. If you threaten me, well, that's something different. Yeah, you're going to catch these hands. That's different. Just calling me the N-word isn't a threat, but the sensitive and victim mindset black people, they think it's a threat because they're sensitive by words, right? A threat is different. A threat is words, but with a prescription on it, like nigga, I'm about to beat you up, right? Let's fight. You know what I'm saying? Like that's different. Someone is threatening you, stand up for yourself. Someone just calls you words, bro, don't get sensitive, black people. It's nothing, right? So that should give you guys my full context of currently right now with the N-word being utilized for clickbait, for rage bait, because it's trendy right now. That's all it is. Just stay woke out here. Like Andrew Tate would say, perspicacious. Just be aware of how things are going right now. Okay. We got, let's see if, you know what? Well, we got some reactions to get to. We got Yo Boy Lemon Chaos back here, but Yo Boy Lemon Chaos, let me know what you want to debate about. If you are doing more than the other party is the relationship. Okay. Chaos, hit me in a private chat. Let me know exactly what you want to debate about. But let me go ahead and react to some stuff. Okay, so the current thing that we're going to react to right now, okay, we've been live for 3 hours. What time is it right now? 11? Cool, we got some more time. Let's continue on. Let's continue to stream. Y'all been supporting, so let's rock out. We are about to react to the Black Fatigue is Real, and I told them why, by Steven Crowder. So let me go ahead and share my screen. All right, here we go. All right, chat. I'm going to take a quick pause for the calls because I got to take a bathroom break. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I need 1 minute. So once I come back, we're going to go ahead and start this reaction. So I'll be back in a moment. Just 1 minute. So stay right here. Don't go anywhere. All right, we back. Let's get this up here. All right, chat, get the likes up. Don't be a ninja watcher. We are about to react to Steven Crowder at a barbershop, speaking to all black people, speaking on black issues and stuff like that. Let's see what's up. All right.
Fatigue. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what it means?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that.
White people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody tripping on you. But these people in just as scared as the other folks that
they are.
Yeah, so right off the bat, I don't think his statistic of what he brung up was accurate. Let's hear that again.
Have you guys heard of the term black fatigue? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just become a recent thing.
All right, so he's speaking about black fatigue. So let's just Google this. We got to keep everything no fugazi here. So if we Google what black fatigue is, black fatigue, Google says that black fatigue is the chronic exhaustion and emotional toll experienced by black people, by black individuals due to the impact of systematic racism, microaggressions, and racial injustice coining the term black fatigue in the book to name the mental, physical, and spiritual drain of navigating a society not designed for them. Okay, so basically, black fatigue, the original definition of black fatigue before it's been hijacked by right-wing conservatives, the original term, because we got to think about this, chat. Even real quick, let me educate you guys on something. Even with the word woke, black people was using this word woke in the 90s, right? When I was young, it was popular and it came from black culture. We would call one another, oh, this brother woke. If he's woke to certain things as far certain truths about the world, maybe he's woke to politics, maybe he's woke to the cha-ching people and how money moves around and how the banks work. Maybe he's woke to the propaganda with the political parties and feminism and whatever it may be. You say, oh, this brother woke. Like he filled with a bunch of knowledge, right? He woke. So this is a term coined from the black community. Now, when you just Google this, black fatigue, currently how it's being used, this term is the first time I'm hearing it used like this. I would say I've heard this term black fatigue, before and it being utilized how Google just said, meaning that it's victim mindset, victimhood black people that basically think that they are suffering from systematic racism and microaggressions, and they're in a society that hasn't been, that is not in favor of them, right? But now we hear that the conservatives are using this term the same way. They're saying that in a different way. They're saying that, well, black fatigue is white people having black fatigue against black people, meaning that white people experiencing all of these microaggressions from black people against them. White people are experiencing all of these systematic injustices towards them. So they're using a term that was coined for a specific reason, but to say that, well, no, really black fatigue is white people has this victim mindset now, right? Want to wake you people up. Let's wake y'all up here in the chat. I don't think y'all understand what's going on here. Currently right now, if you are perspicacious enough to observe what's going on in the political sphere, what's going on with these content creators, and they're speaking about this black stuff. A lot of these white people are suffering from the victim mindset. That's what that is, and they don't even know it. This term is for black people that was suffering with the victim mindset, that looked at the world like, oh, it's all white made. It's systematic racism. It's white people are oppressing black people, right? This is a term that was coined from the feminine black people. Oh, but now it's cool for white people to say it, like, oh, well, black fatigue. Oh, I'm tired of all of this. Black people, this and this, and black people that. And shut up, white people. Shut up. To all the white people in the chat, shut up. Don't listen. You are being manipulated. You are being propagandized, and you didn't even know it. To form this victim mindset to think that you're being oppressed by black people. Some of you white people barely even see black people. You're not even around black people like that. To be oppressed. To experience microaggressions. Right? Like, what are you talking about? Now, we do know where the left, they would push forth a lot of systems, which is stupid, like affirmative action and, trying to be all inclusive where, I'm against all of that dumb stuff because that is basically racism. So we do know that currently right now with the left and with feminism, white people, white men at least, it's, you're demonized in America with so many things. And we know that it's like, it isn't a good look to be a white man right now. You can have that feeling at least, right? But just know what you're being propagandized towards and to think is the same thing black people was propagandized to think and believe. The same victim mindset ideologies. This is what I used to have, bro, so I can see it clearly. I was a black person that suffered from the victim mindset, and I had to overcome that. And it sucks that I see that the same type of propaganda is being pushed towards white people, and now these white people is taking on this victim mindset. So I'll just tell you guys, be very mindful, be observant, be very aware that a lot of this term right here, listen, you should never say that you're experiencing black fatigue. Why would you even, that's like me saying that I'm experiencing the victim mindset. I think of systematic discrimination. I think of systematic racism. I think that all of these microaggressions coming from white people, they don't, my name is Tyrone, but they when I walk into a store with my hoodie up, they walk down the other aisle. That's a microaggression. Where you scared of me? You don't. I don't know why I'm speaking Spanish, like in a Spanish accent right now, but god dang, you get what I'm saying. It's just dumb to take on these same ideas. It's all victimhood. Now let's continue on with the clip. All right? So just be aware and be mindful that, and understand, black fatigue was coined for the blacks that had the victim mindset towards white people. They believed in systematic oppression, systematic racism. They believed in all of these microaggressions, all of these sensitive black people. Now it's just being used by white conservatives, and they're saying that they experience black fatigue, but in the same way. Just be mindful. Now, Steven Crowder, he's about to bring up some stats. We may have to prove him wrong on some of these stats because it just sounded weird. Now, I tend to have nothing against Steven Crowder at all, but that just sounded kind of crazy. Let's continue on.
Do you know what it means?
I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that. White people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person any other way around. I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
So white people are 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. 12 times? Let me Google this. That sounds crazy because if the only way that can happen is if white people are in black neighborhoods. There's not a lot of white people in the hood. Normally it's black on black crimes and white on white crimes that's prevalent, that's happening like that. So I don't know what he's talking about right now, but let me see. All right, so I'm just on my phone. I'm looking at the FBI. This is in 2019, crime in the United States. So it says, maybe I should share it. Yeah, maybe let's share it. Copy it from my phone. So we can look at it together. We got to see what he's saying. It could be right. I don't know. It just sounds very high. 12 times? Like, wait, what? So is it meaning that, it depends on, because sometimes you can word something in a way, but does it mean that, like, black people kill more white people than white people kill more black people, and it's 12 times the rate? That's what it sounded like he was saying, which that is very, very high. Give me a second here, chat. Once again, it's No Fugazi Podcast. I know some of you are fans of Crowder, and I'm not saying that I'm not, but if I can, we critique everyone here, criticize everyone, criticize the left, gotta criticize the right, criticize the blacks, gotta criticize the whites. So let's see. All right, check my email real quick. Give me a second here. Look this up. And we didn't even get into it, but, my chat, my members wanted me to react to it, so I'm going to react to it. But we got to be objective here. Gots to be objective here. All right, let's see. Let me stop sharing this for a quick second and share this here. And if someone has something more recent or a stat that can prove what Steven Crowder is saying, please let me know. Please make me aware of it, because I do not know. So you guys can educate me as well. So mods, find out exactly what Steven Crowder is saying. So if I look at this, it shows that race of victims is in the left here. And then it says race of offenders are in this column here, right? So we got whites, total victims of whites are 3,299. That's the total victim. That's the total victims. And then out of these 3,299, and this is once again, this is murder, race, sex, ethnicity, and what is this for? This is for, okay, so this is for violent crimes. So this is, okay, we got sex, okay, got it, okay. So in this column here, race victims, the total of whites is 3,299. Then the offenders of that is 2,594 that are white offenders. So white on whites, it's out of the 3,299, it's 2,594, if I'm reading this correctly. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong too. Then over here, out of the black or African American community, the offenders of white people are only 566. So what he's saying doesn't add up. Now look at black victims. Black or African American, the total number is 2,906. Now, as far as the offenders of black people, it's only 246 people that are offenders of black people. But for black people that are offenders of black people, it's 2,574. So it seems like most people that commit crimes, most of it is interracial. I'm sorry, most of it is, I guess, is intraracial, meaning it's the same race. Yeah, it's same race crimes. So white people commit more crimes against white people and black people commit more crimes against black people. And his statistic that he said was, we're going to just listen to it again real quick. Stop sharing. And let me see real quick. Let me bring this up. Listen to it again. And I could be wrong, but from what I heard, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like it ain't make no sense. But correct me if I'm wrong, Chad.
You guys heard of the term black fatigue? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what it means?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that.
White people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around.
White people are 12 times more likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around. So that just seems like it don't make any sense. If anyone has a stat, and that's what I try to bring that up, like the statistics. Let me see what the chat is saying. See what you guys, I got a lot of white people in here. Let's see. It's intraracial. Okay, yeah, I think I was right. Yeah, he's just wrong. Okay, so he's just wrong. Okay. All right, so Chaos, he's just wrong. Okay. Yeah, I think he's just wrong, bro. Yeah, so he's just wrong. So here's the thing, right? And here's what happens sometimes. This talking point could be used and all over on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and people would be saying it as if it's true, but it's not true. Let's continue on now.
I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so we got to be honest. He just lied.
Nobody tripping on you, but these people in just as scared as the other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that.
So look, bro, listen. If he just lied and we confirm that he lied, then his reason of speaking about black fatigue is not rooted in a place of truth currently. It's in a place of emotion, which is a weak feminine mindset, which is you're viewing yourself as a victim when you're not actually a victim. If I complain to my own people about this mindset and adopting this victim mindset, for sure I'm going to let you white folks know that, listen, this isn't a good mindset to adopt and think that you are a victim of black fatigue. Oh, the numbers is all 12%. No 12%, stupid. Once again, if you could prove this, anyone in the chat, tonight is open debate night, so come on up. Let me know if, maybe I didn't bring up the right statistic. Who knows? But so far, from what I looked from, he was lying. Let's continue on.
That man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
Whenever we want to ask for equality and fairness, it's a problem. So white America.
So it's been several $1 trillion. When is it enough?
We're the bird.
No.
We're the bird. You're not stopping white America from doing anything.
You know what? The bird just burned down $4 billion worth of cities and 60,000 assaults.
No.
There's 3 times to 4 times as much homework than the black kid, and the white kid does 2 to 3. Why?
Because it's culturally, it's conditioned.
Exactly.
So why is it better parenting from Asians than white parents? Why?
You said what?
Well, we're having real talk. Why do young black men fight in packs? So a couple of years ago, when I started Black and White on the gray issues, I sensed some growing discontent, or more of a racial divide in America than I'd experienced in my lifetime, and it seemed...
Yeah, I'll be honest. Right now, so far, this episode, what I'm getting, and this is my first time watching it. I only watched a little bit, but I'm giving a critique currently right now. It could be an early critique. Maybe I may see some things where it's like, okay, he's speaking facts. This is helping out the community. But so far, and it's very, very, we didn't watch much of it. Bro, he's coming from a victim mindset mentality. From a weak, soft white male. Like, I talk about weak, soft black people all the time. I debate these people. You see me destroy them. So I have to destroy the weak white people too. We got to destroy them too. We got to destroy that mentality because it is not good.
To be egged on by legacy media.
It's sad to see a lot of people going along with it.
The American people have felt safe in their home.
People who had
absolutely no chance of victory. Hate and racism towards black and brown people.
And as that evolved, and for the first time, I walked into Stevie J's barbershop.
Okay, I see y'all in the chat. The mods is giving me some information. Okay, so the mods is telling me at Jam Lock seems like you want to debate me. So come on stream. It's the first link in the YouTube description. Or it's the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. Don't be scared. If you can be a comment warrior, then come up on stream and debate me. Face-to-face virtual stream. Don't just speak in a comment. Don't just speak in a comment. So come on up and debate. Yeah, chat, I see you, Xandar. Everyone is talking about this individual. So yeah, listen, Jamlock, you've been in the comments for a while, but come on up. Don't be scared. Let's go ahead and share this. He needs his butt whooped. All right, well, listen, Jamlock, whoever you are, come on upstream. Let's see what else. Chat, mods, give Jamlock. Jamlock has 2 minutes to come up on stream. And if he's not up on stream in 2 minutes, ban him. I'm going to continue to play the video, but if he comes up, I'll be able to see him backstage. And once he comes up, I'll bring him up right away. If he's not up in 2 minutes, ban him because he's just a troll, right? So it's pointless to have trolls in a chat talking smack, but it's open panel debate night. Like you can literally, any disagreements or point of contentions that you have with me, you can literally say them to me live on stream. If you don't have the courage to do that, you don't have, we don't want you here. You're a weak individual. So ban that individual if he's not going to come up. 2 minutes tops. All right. Okay. Before I do that, we got other people backstage as well too. I'm not sure who wants to debate and who's just like chilling. Let me see here. So let me just bring these people up and see who wants to debate. We got a Harvey in here. We got the Powered. Can't read the full name. Yo, boy, Liam, I see you back here just chilling. We got Chaos. Chaos, you never told me if you wanted to debate about anything. And with Kid Dreams, I see you backstage too, but you just modding everything and keeping me up to date in a private chat. So thank you. Let's go ahead and bring up this individual here. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What's your name and what do you want to debate about?
My name's Taylor. My channel's the Powder Duster. People call me Flow State. That's my other one. We've talked before on Raging Tomato a couple times.
Okay. I don't remember, but fair enough. What's up? What you want to debate about, man?
Man, we got a whole bunch of things that we could debate about. Courts being biased against men. I disagree with your claim earlier that the courts in marriage is stacked against men. Let's see what else. I wrote a couple of things in here. Oh, feminism and red pill. I don't believe that red pill is the opposite of feminism. I think it's the same thing on the other side.
Okay. Well, in regards to we could debate about all of those. That's real good. I guess we can go with. Well, what do you want to?
I'm also an atheist. An agnostic probably. So I don't believe that Christian perspective is preferable for morality to come out of.
Okay, cool. You're a perfect guy to debate then. You have a totally different opposite worldview. This is good. You know what? What I'm going to do here is, since I know that the debate that we have, would be pretty lengthy. It'll be a good lengthy debate. Let me go ahead and react to this. If you want to just wait backstage and chill for a little bit, you'll be the first one I bring up.
Good deal.
All right, cool. All right, that's good. So we got to debate someone that wants to debate. That's going to be good. Let's react to this, though. Let's go. Also, yeah, that dude didn't come up, that Jamlock guy. So Wit Kid or Dane, ban him. All right, let's go.
I really was looking to sit down and talk with, but mainly listen to real black Americans living the real American black experience to see whether they shared the viewpoints of a lot of the public representatives, the now networkless Joy Reids of the world, or back then the Don Lemons, what they wanted me to believe.
I realized that CNN and MSNBC were full of shit.
And overall, it was a largely warm, productive conversation. I think served its purpose. You can go check out that video to see what it was like. Fast forward to now, and not only have things not really improved, and according to many Americans, they're markedly worse. And if listening is important, I noticed that a lot of white Americans felt pushed to a point that they weren't even fully comfortable expressing. But for the most part, when they did, their communication was pretty restrained. Then it was dialed up to near boiling point with the recent cold-blooded murder of Irina Zarutska.
The unthinkable happens. You see Brown pull out what officials say was a pocket knife. He unfolds it, then stands up behind Zarutska. What we aren't showing you is the moment where Brown then stabs Zarutska several times and walks away.
And that murder taking place at the hands of a black man who was arrested at least 14 times and released largely in the name of racial justice, spurred a reaction from white Americans that, frankly, is unsurprising. And truth be told, for young white Americans, is understandable. And it would be doing America no favors to completely ignore the discontent of young white Americans who, if you listen to them, definitely will make the case that they have been vilified.
Okay, so he brung up the same stat that I just showed. If we rewind it back a little bit, this here, this is the same thing that I showed. And he said that white people are 12 times as likely to experience, I guess, crime from black people than the other way around. And it just doesn't even show it either. We actually bring up the same statistics. So, yeah, and the thing is, maybe he just misspoke, but that, like, if you misspoke, you weren't live. This isn't a live show. If you misspoke during a live show, and then you can say like, yo, I misspoke and what I said was incorrect. But due to the fact that this show was pre-recorded, and even that little segment right there of what he said was in the intro, it's there as if it is true. If that is true, Crowder, you need to come forward and prove what you just said to be true. Because right now, Crowder, it seems like you're speaking out of emotions instead of just facts. And this isn't you. So, or I guess it is you, but, I thought you were better than that.
Of young white Americans who, if you listen to them, definitely will make the case that they have been vilified and asked to foot the bill for original sin or crimes that they've never committed.
They owe each of us $300K. So I don't care how they get the money. That's not my problem. I just want my money. A debt is owed. You owe a debt. You have to pay it.
And if you marginalize that entire segment, that voice of the country, that will lead to quote-unquote radicalization. And if this country wants to avoid that, or at the very least, as we've done in the past, understand that there needs to be a major course correction in the approach to communication. That needs to go both ways. And that's why this time, I didn't visit the barbershop merely to listen, but to communicate a very real...
So he just confirmed it. He just confirmed that it needs to go both ways. It needs to be a course correction. If it was a course correction towards, all the to slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, if the left and the Democrats push for certain laws in place to do a course correction, then we also need to do a course correction in the other way. And I would say that, listen, bro, like the left is filled with, feminists, male and female. So why would we do a course correction of more feminism? Like, what are you speaking about, Crowder? Why would we, if the left has the victim mindset, why would we do a course correction and do the same thing of adopting the victim mindset? So what Crowder is doing here is so far from what I see, it's very, feels over reals, like Rollo Tomasi would say. It's very effeminate. But let's see if he can come with some stats and some statistics and stuff like that, because we already know that the black community, definitely needs some revamping. It needs to be fixed. And that a lot of the fixing can be done by just, getting rid of the single mother epidemic, by, having a more strong nuclear family, and stop following the hip hop culture, the gang culture, that type of negative aspects of black culture. Follow the more positive aspects of black culture. So yeah, but let's continue on. Let's see where this goes.
Set of grievances that could bubble into massive consequences. This one goes a little bit of a different direction compared to last time. This is Black and White on The Gray Issue.
And that's Stevie right there, the blue shirt.
Blue shirt. Oh,
Yes,
Steven.
fast forward a little bit of this.
I think this is the place where white and black people have conversations. So it was funny. The first person that came last time was he said this out of his own mouth. He was like, "I'm Indian," but he had on a MAGA hat. Okay. And he walked in and was like, "Hey, I saw you guys on Crowder. Can I get a cut here?" Yeah, I guess so, man. Come on.
Did you have your hand on your piece? You're like, I don't know. If you can.
Nah, because
Okay, so this is Crowder's second time. So Crowder did a show at the same barbershop before. So then he went back to this barbershop again to speak with these individuals. I'm like, why would you go to the same barbershop? Wouldn't you want to speak with different black people to get if you're being objective here, you want to get, different black people's perspectives on these different issues. Not the same black people on any issues. Let's get some different black people. So already there's a bias here, because he's speaking to the same black people that he spoke to before, right? Instead of trying to be more objective and speak to different parts of the black community where, some black people could be smarter than these other black people that you have up here. Mind you, I don't even know if these black people are dumb, smart, or anything. I'm just let you know that there's a bias here already off the bat. This is what you want to be aware of. And what I'm doing here when reacting to this video, the point of it is to critique it, to criticize things. This is what reactions is for. So any people that's in the chat right now and you're a fan of Crowder, get your panties out the bunch.
He didn't come like that. He didn't have the backpack and the ski mask on. Yeah, he didn't have that on.
Was he nice? Was he good?
It's cool.
Yeah. What do you guys think when you see someone with a MAGA hat? Because I know we were kind of talking about that last time.
It depends on how they present themselves. To me.
Yeah.
For me.
Well, okay. So what would present themselves in a way that would be decent versus piece of shit?
And real quick, we are live on Facebook and TikTok right now. Everybody on Facebook and TikTok, come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. I'm closing down a Facebook and TikTok stream right now. So come on over to YouTube at No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube. All right, here we go. Let's continue.
Yeah, some people carry that air of superiority.
Yeah.
And if you present that to me, I'm very conscious of that. If you present that to me, I'm gonna respond appropriately.
Yeah.
That's just me personally.
What would be an air of superiority?
Just certain things you say in conversation, and like you said, just in the physical nature of these chairs. Well, in conversation, you can physically go up and down and put yourself above or beneath. So when people do that kind of stuff,
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because I actually, when I do the change my minds and sit with people, I actually kind of slump my shoulders and deliberately kind of make myself smaller just to not, it's like, what is it, the crab that has the red under its claws is showing danger. So I don't wear red because apparently that signifies poison. But yeah, no, there's all these body languages experts now you watch on TV and I'm like, this seems like horse shit. Like he looks to the left so you can tell he's lying.
Yeah, some of it is horse.
It's like, I saw him on camera. He killed his girlfriend with a butter dish. I don't give a shit what he says.
He took too long to say that answer. He had to think about it. No, he's thinking about what he wants to say.
Yeah.
You know, just
Okay, so the one guy is speaking about, well, certain people, the way they say things, they say it in a condescending way, meaning that a condescending way where there's showing, they're pretty much saying that they're more superior than you are. They're speaking as if they are more superior than you are, and he tends to have a problem with that. I'll be totally honest, that is feminine. I've never experienced someone speaking to me in a condescending way because I never felt anyone was superior. What? What are you feeling? How would you feel? Like, what do you mean? Like condescending? What? That's weird. I'll even be honest, I never felt awkwardness. I don't even know what feeling awkward is. Awkward. Like I know the word and the meaning, but it's not anything that I felt before. Like, oh, this is awkward. Like, what? Nigga, awkward? Like I'm that guy. It's no awkward moments. It could be awkward for you, but it isn't awkward for me. So these are people that has these sensitivities about themselves, some vulnerability within them. So they feel awkward and they feel that someone is being condescending to them. Like, I don't feel none of that. So these are weak individuals. It's a weakness. And I want to, if you feel awkward or this condescending feeling, you can grow out of it. I would say that I've never had it, so I really haven't felt it. But if you have felt it, then listen, man, start boxing or get in the gym or be more disciplined in some way. The reason why you have a sensitivity towards a thing, a body language, something that someone said, it makes you feel uncomfortable in some way. That's because you're not fully satisfied with self and you're not confident within yourself. You lack some type of confidence in whatever area it would be. And you grow confidence and become more confident by being more disciplined. And making sacrifices. You got to make sacrifices. You got to be mentally strong. That's all it is. To build up mental strength, you sacrifice the things that you want to do for the things that you need to do, right? You sacrifice many things and become more disciplined, and it will build mental strength. This is one of the reasons why I don't cuss. I'll tell you a quick story, right? Everybody in the chat. One of the reasons why I don't cuss is because when I was young, so my grandfather passed away when I was 8. And my grandfather, he was a guy that was in the military. He was in World War II. And, he was a very masculine, strong man, very, very masculine. I haven't met a man more masculine than him my grandfather is thorough, right? And my grandfather didn't cuss. But he used to cuss, and he always told me this story like, David, I couldn't control my tongue enough, and since I couldn't control my tongue, it got me in a lot of problems. So you need to learn how to control your tongue, or it can get you in a lot of problems if you aren't prepared for those problems. If you are prepared, go ahead and utilize that tongue as much as you want because you're prepared, of the consequences, and you're prepared for the consequences and to handle those consequences. So he would tell me these stories about, him growing up and stuff like that and how he used to cuss a whole lot and all the problems he used to get into and all the troubles it would bring in his life. And then he said that he stopped cussing and, he was able to, just be more of a man and take care of his family and be more disciplined. And this was it's kind of like making your bed. Like when you get up, make your bed before you leave the house, make your bed before you do anything. It's kind of one of those type of exercises, right? When it comes to controlling your tongue and not saying cuss words. And I remember at a very young age, cuss words was always on my mind because young kids, you want to say the things that you know, you kind of want to be rebellious. You want to say the things that you know you're not supposed to say. You want to say the F word. You want to say the B word. You want to say the SHIT. You want to say all of these words. And because it's like your friends are saying them, you hear it on TV. So I was influenced to say the things, and I had them on my mind. And the one time I went to my grandfather, I said, ever since you, like, I know you told me that story, Pop-Up, because I called him Pop-Up. I know you told me that story about, you know, you cussing and then not cussing, but I always feel like I want to cuss. Like, it'd be on my mind, like someone would get me angry, and I'm like, oh, I want to just snap at them. I want to cuss. I'll be angry, so I want to cuss. And he's like, well, did you cuss? I'm like, no, I didn't cuss, but I cuss in my head. He was like, well, yeah, don't even cuss your mind. You want to control your mind too. So my grandfather was one of the ones at a very young age that taught me influence creates thinking, thinking creates behavior. And I was like, okay, so, all right, I'll try not to, you know, I try to get rid of them from my mind, but I can never get rid of them from my mind. And he said, if you don't say them long enough, they'll be gone from your mind. You'll stop thinking it. And I thought he was crazy. I'm like, man, anytime someone get me angry, I'm always thinking it. So what I learned was, the funny thing, I haven't cussed. I don't cuss. I've never said the F word or the B word, or I just haven't said it, right? So as I got older, you know, as I started getting older, 9, 10, stuff like that, and my grandfather passed away, what I learned is that I wasn't as emotional as I was before. So it helped out with me to control my thoughts because I was controlling my words. And then it also helped out, since I was controlling my thoughts and my words, it helped me control my actions. And then since I was controlling my actions, this is why I never smoked, drank, or cussed, and never got involved to any gangs, but all my brothers did. All my friends did. They all did these things. But this one skill that I learned helped me to avoid all of these negative consequences in my life growing up in the projects. At 2 years old, from 2 to 12, I was in the projects, right? Actually, 2 to 13. So yeah, man, I just wanted to share that with you guys, that you can build up some mental strength by just being disciplined, right? Just sacrificing something, sacrifice a few words, sacrifice a sandwich or two, be disciplined in certain aspects of your life, and you'll grow from it. But anyways, let's continue on.
Well, what do you say? Last time we talked, we were kind of just, and the reason was just like, you know, often you see in news, people just kind of siphon themselves off right into an echo chamber. And I thought it was good. We were just kind of able to see other perspectives. Where do you think the country is now? Like with that? Like,
is that an open question? Or?
Yeah, race relations between, because last time I wanted to get your perspective, and there's a perspective now in the white community. None of us are an ambassador for the entire community, but things have changed quite a bit the last year and a half. Temperatures have gone up. But what do you guys think? What do you think we are in the country?
I'd like to chime in on that.
Yeah.
I'm happy you asked that question. There are a lot of social and economic dynamics at play that have certainly gone, in my opinion, in the wrong direction. I don't think that people really understand the gravity of where we're headed. We are vastly sliding into an autocratic regime here. And absolutely, I'll give you several reasons. You see, in order to have, you can't have a one-dimensional approach when you're wanting to continue to lead from a global perspective, all right? What you see here today is an isolationism approach, which has never worked in the past because we don't have an understanding of geography and history, all right? And I'll just simply close by saying, you got to understand something. The rest of the world is grossly infuriated with the way America has taken shape. And not only that, we're ceding all our best opportunities to China, right? Look around you in the relationships they're fostering with everybody else, which includes Canada, Mexico, and they've even gone as far down into the Latin American corridor, fortifying their bases while we're still hollering that we're the greatest.
You talking about China, like in the Panama Canal?
Not just the Panama Canal. Let's pivot from the Panama Canal and let's look at the long-term strategy they have now, where they just signed an agreement with Mexico to build another canal bypassing the Panama Canal. And when you look at the whole transatlantic corridor, where you got now Brazil and Canada as well as Mexico trading and they stopping in Peru, where China has a huge presence at, circumventing completely the navigation, the use that comes with having to use the Panama Canal. So we'll avoid conflict with America and just simply go around America is what's happening here.
Talking about China?
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I mean, I want to agree with the first part, autocratic. I think China needs to be dealt with, and this is the first time we are. I'm Canadian. Well, I was raised in Canada. Canada sucks. Canada is a dog shit country. Canada, the kind of shit we're doing, you can't do this in Canada. If you say something too offensive or I say something too offensive, you will be jailed in Canada.
Yeah, Canada and the UK is, man, it's pretty crazy out there. Free speech is basically gone. They be arresting people in the UK for posting stuff on Instagram or TikTok sometimes. So it's crazy.
That's the thing. So I'm fine with the U.S. being the best country. I came here from Canada because, I mean, I have friends who were arrested. I had a friend, stand-up comic, was fined for telling a joke. I don't think people realize how good we have it here in this country compared to other countries.
But that's the painstaking part about it all is the fact that, you know, I've always been one to say, and I believe this firmly, freedom is not a right. It's a privilege until you wake up the next morning and find out you don't have it anymore.
Yeah. It also comes with duties.
That's what I was about to say. It also comes with responsibilities because while we free to speak and say what we want, and I went to Montreal a few months ago, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Bet you saw a lot of tits on signs. That's all it is.
No, I didn't.
It's just strip clubs. Our Times Square is a giant strip club.
It was a.
Also, if anyone has a timestamp in regards to this clip to get to the meat of the conversation, pause. You let me know of that timestamp and I'll get to it.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
But no, like there is responsibility and like everybody's from different places, different backgrounds. Some of us from certain backgrounds know like running your mouth too much in a certain space can get your ass whooped.
Yeah.
Like you free to say what you want, you're just not free from the consequences. Like the consequences that come with you saying the wrong thing at the wrong time to the wrong person.
Yeah.
And that's where we all have responsibilities in what we say and when we say it.
Yeah. The problem, though, too, and I was kind of talking more domestically, the problem with that idea is a lot of people are offended by different things. Mm-hmm. And so people get their ass whooped for something they didn't say, right? That's the real thing. I don't know if you guys were following the stabbing there on that train in Charlotte, Irina Zarutska. Last time I was asking where you guys thought we were, you know, as far as in the country relation. Like, have you guys heard of the term black fatigue? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You guys know what that means?
Since the last time you came, that's become a thing.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just become a recent thing.
And do you know what it means?
No, I'm not sure.
I'm going to ask that you enlighten me.
Yeah, it's a term that's being used by people in the white community, by and large, again, saying they feel like they've been victimized and they're tired of taking that shit. You know, that was a girl who was dying alone in public. And that was a guy who was let out 14 times, including violent crimes in the name of racial justice, right? He didn't have to post bail. He didn't have to appear back in court. This is not the first time he's assaulted someone.
How do we know that was in the interest of racial justice as opposed to just being
because the judge said it.
A fucked up attempt at justice, period.
Yeah.
Like the legal system has its flaws.
Yeah.
And people have been making complaints about that for decades, right? But that's just, to me, that's a mental health thing more than it's a black and white thing.
Well, I'll tell you why, because white people are saying it now.
Right.
Not just white people are saying, hey, we're in the city.
That's what makes it a bigger thing.
Well, because, you know, white people are 12 times as likely to be killed by a black person than the other way around.
So, yes. So you see he's having this discussion, and this when he utilizes this fake statistic, that is a lie. The statistic is a lie. Cooley here on No Fugazi already proved it, that it is a lie. Now, with the other things that he's saying in regards to the whole black fatigue, and he's bringing up the situation with this one situation with the woman that was on the train and the black guy killed that white woman. I can say that I've reacted to that here. Yeah, homie was most likely racist. There was other black people on the train as well, and he killed the white woman, you know, most like for no reason. So it was a senseless act. So the only reason we would say that if there's other women on a plane and other people on the train that was black and of different genders, male and female, but he went after the white woman, we'd have to say that, all right, most likely, you know, it was because she was white. That was a motivation. But the thing that the black person is saying that, no, he was probably crazy, like a schizophrenic or something. He had a mental issue. That is also true, right? That is also true as well. Like, yo, he probably had some mental issues. Is it provable? If it's provable, okay, he had mental issues, but still, it's still racist. I don't care if you had a mental issue. Well, why didn't your mental issue tell you to kill all of the other people that was on the train, but once this white woman walked on the train, you went after her? So was it sexist and racism? What was it, right? This is not proving Steven Crowder's point when he's talking about black fatigue, though. This isn't proving his point. He's not making any point with bringing up this one incident where a black man did a senseless killing of murdering this white woman. It isn't proving his argument at all, because essentially he's utilizing this one thing and saying, well, blaming the system for letting this man out of prison 14 times. And let's just say that that's true. That may not be true, though. But let's just say that he went to prison 14 times and was convicted of this stuff, and he was let out due to the justice system. This all ran by white people anyway, bro. So you can't be mad at black people. Be mad at the white people that has been indoctrinated by feminism. Be mad at the white woman's ideology, which is feminism. Be mad at that. That's what you want to be mad at. Right? Yeah, black people adopted this ideology of feminism as well, and trying to be like fair and inclusive, and someone does something wrong, well, let's just give them another chance if they did this and they'll committed this crime. Let's do no bail. All of this is like democratic policies. This isn't conservative policies. So be mad at the Democrats and be mad at these white people ideologies, because it isn't truly black people ideology, right? If you look in Africa, where we came from, them niggas was conservative. Women knew their place. They didn't try to take on a man's role, right? Right? If you just look at it, this is the white woman's ideology. Or we can even say the white man's and woman ideology, right? So currently right now, where he's trying to point the blame to on black fatigue and it's black people have a problem, the argument isn't really strong. The argument is weak, the argument he's making. Not only that, and he knows that is weak. This is why he made that false statistic, that lie of 12% of white people are 12 times more likely to get killed by a black person rather than a white person. That's just a lie. Let's continue on.
I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's not even close.
Where?
Across the country.
Where? Not in
the United States. I mean, we're not talking about Ghana.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, in white communities or in quote unquote so-called white communities?
Across the country, the rate is a black man or person, because most murder is men. There are very few female murders. 12 times more likely to kill a white person the other way around. And then you look at the average amount of times that someone in this country is arrested before they're brought in for killing, charged with murder. Do you know how many times they're arrested on average before they murder? 11 times.
Once again, the justice system's got its flaws, and people have been complaining about that for years. We spend more time trying to fix that than trying to complain about the white versus black of it all.
Well, I think, just like I was trying to listen to all communities last time, I think this is something that's unavoidable. If this community, if enough white people get pissed off, they're going, look, we're living in New York now, we're getting killed in record numbers, or Detroit, 12 times the rate. And our system, 3 strikes in California, right? That was a 3-strike policy. The reason that was changed, they said it was racist. Crime went down in black communities 30%. But now people are looking at their cities going, this is a fucking hell.
Real quick pause for the calls. The guy that I brung up before, let me just honor him real quick because he came up and he wanted to debate. So we may have to most likely we're going to reschedule this one. But let me speak to him real quick and we can get a reschedule solid because I've been streaming for 4 hours and I want to get to this reaction because I did promise you guys at least this. So 1 second here. Where is he at? And then Chaos and WitKid. I see you guys going back and forth in the private chat. So 1 second, man. What's going on, man? Yo. I know you came up and you said you want to debate, but it's been 4 hours, so I'm really not going to bring anyone up for debates. I already pretty much done with my debates, and I'm reacting to this, so I wanted to get to this because I promised to chat this. But I will be going live again so I got a debate I'm doing tomorrow.
Why wouldn't you have told me that half an hour ago?
Well, I just came to this conclusion. But listen, I'll honor you and I'll give you a full, as much time as you want. Let's do this Sunday. Are you available?
I'm not. I've got a debate scheduled already Sunday.
Okay, then we can actually do Friday. Are you available Friday?
What time? In the evening?
Friday, I can do a stream. I can do an open panel debate from 7:30 p.m. to about 10 p.m.
I'm around then. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we scheduling something, or are you telling me when you're next?
I'm telling you when I can next do an open panel, so we can do that, and then you can come on up. If you want to get something scheduled for just yourself, like just a 1v1.
I was just trying to understand what you were doing.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to honor you because you was waiting backstage, so I'm just trying to be polite to you. That's all, man. And I know you have an entirely different worldview, so I'm sure it'd be a spirited debate. So how about this? Do you have Instagram?
I do not. I have X. I have Discord. I've got
X works. Can you shoot me a DM on X?
Yep.
My X is right in the YouTube description. Just shoot me a DM, and we'll get it scheduled with topic and time and everything. We can possibly schedule something for this Friday, but if that doesn't work, we can do next week for sure. But I want to get you scheduled in, since you said that you're one of the debaters from Raging Tomatoes too. So why not get it fully scheduled with you? Okay, man.
All right. I'll send you a message. Thanks.
All right, man. Peace. All right, let's get back to this. And with Kid Dreaming Chaos, man, chill out in the back, bro. Yeah, the reason why I brought him up too, because he was in a private chat. He asked how long for this? You know what I'm saying? Once again, tonight is open panel debate night and reactions. And I didn't even react. I didn't even get a chance to react to the main thing that we wanted to react to for today. So at least let's get through this reaction, since we already did 4 to 5 debates already. So let's go.
And the murders skyrocketed because people said in the name of racial justice, 3 felonies, you're out.
Because crime is crime, right? But crime is usually going to be higher concentrated in areas where there's high poverty. So typically the areas that's high poverty in this country are areas with people with this color skin. So that's why you're going to have that. That's why I said those numbers could be skewed and made to manipulate to look like, oh yeah, that's why I said in
not at 12 times the rate.
In suburban neighborhoods, white people are not in danger, and that's what this kind of fear mongering tells them, is that you're in danger because you're 12 times more likely to get killed by a black person. You live in ain't nobody coming after you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody tripping on you. But these people just as
okay. So yeah, this black person is being smart. He's being smart here. He's saying wait. White people are 12 more times as likely to be killed by a black person rather than a white person. He's like, that's hard to believe because white people don't even live around black people like that. Well, what do you mean? Yeah, so he kind of caught on to it man, that don't sound right.
Scared as the other folks.
They are if they get on a bus.
Not necessarily.
They are if they get on a train.
That lady wasn't in danger because that man was black. That lady was in danger because that man was crazy.
Nope.
That man was mentally insane.
But why was he back on
family members? He had his own family members call the hospital to try to get him committed. He told his sister he killed that woman because he thought she was trying to read his mind.
So, that is what he's saying, is it has some validity. The woman was in danger not because he was black. She was in danger for 2 reasons. Because he was crazy, but also because she was white, because he was racist. That's the reason why. Which means that, it could have been, if it was a crazy white man that was racist as well, and with a black person coming up on a train, that could have happened. We know from history, lynchings and all of these things happen by crazy white folks that are racist, right? So I think his point holds a little bit more weight than Steven Crowder's point. And this is me being objective here, because objective, we got to look at both. Steven seems to have this victim mindset currently right now. He seems to suffer from the mentality that, you know, a lot of these black people suffer from, where they look at, oh, white man's evil. It's the white man's fault. What's going on? Like, that isn't true either. It isn't always the white man's fault, and it isn't always the black man's fault. It's nuanced here. So let's continue on.
Yep. Why was he let out, though? And I'm not saying it's because he's black.
Yeah,
I'm saying people look at it, though. The judge said
part of black fatigue.
He's insane, right? We agree.
That's not a black and white issue.
He was deemed not fit to stand trial, right?
Right.
Now,
He should have been institutionalized.
Right. The IOU policy, meaning you don't have to pay bail. Mm-hmm. You don't even have to stay here until you're actually convicted. You just say you'll come back.
Right, which is messed up.
Yeah, the judge, Teresa Stokes, black woman, said, well, this is about racial justice. We need to be softer on crime. So that's her reasoning. That's why he was out. And you can find dozens of examples.
That's her misguided reasoning.
And that's policy.
But that's systemic, though, right?
That's not representative of a whole.
It's not. It's not. No, and look, we always have to say not all. Like, not all white people wear MAGA hats and are dumbass pieces of racist shit. But we have all been accused of racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia. What I'm saying is black fatigue is white people going, you know what? I know I'm not racist. And I know that we're dealing with record crime, and I know that I'm more at risk. And they have negative interactions, and they're constantly told that they're not allowed to voice their fucking opinion because they're white. And if those people get pissed off, like, that's where we actually could end up with some kind of, I'm telling you, I see this brewing. I see people who were milquetoast white suburban who are becoming actually racist. Now, not all of them, but I've seen people actually become racist because they get mugged, their store gets looted, and nothing gets done. They're going, and if I say something, it's turned into a racing. I'm telling you what, that's where it's coming from. At what point do we have a talk and go like, okay, let's reform justice, but we have to be honest as to why it was reformed in the first place. This guy, it's not even the only one. It's every 3 days someone's being offed.
Yeah, but at the same time, let's transfer that over to, you know, I mean, there's a lot of unsafe things in this world. Like getting.
Okay, so he said a lot there. I think Dane has a good super chat that came in that kind of explains a little bit of his point. Okay, so Dane Snyder says, in $20, I appreciate the support. He says, black fatigue is a real thing amongst people who lack exposure or relationship with black people outside of TikTok, YouTube, and their workplace. When all knowledge of black people is online or the news, then it's fatigue. I see what you're saying there. So a lot of these, they never really experienced any wrongdoings of black people onto them personally. I see what you're saying. What they see is they witness it via TikTok, YouTube, you know, maybe in a workplace or whatever like that, where, you know, a black woman or a black man is taking your order and they're angry or rushing you or something like that. You can have an experience, but then it's like, you know, it's like a microscope is held up to it when you're online. It seems like it's prevalent and it's happening every day when you're on TikTok and that's in your algorithm and you're scrolling. But I can assure you that this black fatigue thing that these white people are saying, what it is the indoctrination of the victim mindset. It's the victim mindset ideology, let's just say. That's what that is. And the reason why I can point it out and say that, because I used to suffer from the victim mindset, and most black people have suffered from the victim mindset. So since I know what that looks like and, you know, what it is, even what it feels like, I can see that, oh, this person, no matter what color you are, you consider yourself a victim when you're really not. You are fixated on a certain issue where it's really not that prevalent and it doesn't even affect you at all. Now, this doesn't mean that these issues need to be changed and black people need to get their act in order. No, they do. I speak about the black community all the time and I'm very hard on my own community, you know, the black community. But we just got to keep it real here. We got to keep it a buck. This white fatigue thing is kind of on the lines of how Dane explained it. It's like, it's not really real. It's only real to the people that lacks exposure and relationships with black people. You're on TikTok and Facebook and YouTube and all of that. You're online. This is why you have some fatigue, but it isn't really real. You're not really necessarily experiencing this. This is why Crowder can only bring up this situation of this white woman that was the senseless killing of a black guy killing a white woman. It's like he's fixated on that one thing. Like, come on, bro, make another example. This dude was most likely racist and crazy. Fair enough, right? What if, like, think about it. That's the same thing that people was fixated on George Floyd. George Floyd, oh my gosh, white supremacy. White supremacy. What's going on? We live in this country and it's white people killing white cops. You know, white cops killing black people all the time. Black fatigue. No, bro, it's just stupid, man. I don't know. I don't know how much I could, this is just, you know what? I came to a conclusion. I think I made my mind up here. You're going to see me speak about this more and speak about the white victim mindset because I have to expose it. I got to expose it, and I'm going to expose it. I'm going to make clips of it, right? I'm going to make clips of this type of content, and it's going to go viral. I'm going to make clips of it. I'm going to post it everywhere. And clips need to be made because white people need to see that they're adopting the same ideology that actually they would shame black people for. Bro, you're a victim, bro. There's no such thing as, there's no systemic racism, bro. You're a victim. Stop having a victim mindset. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right? That was the white conservatives. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, bro. Don't be a victim. There's no such thing as systemic racism anymore. In 2020, 2025, right? What you talking about, bro? You're just a victim, man. That's feminine. That's the woman's mindset, man. Right? But it's so silly that white people is adopting the same ideology. So I got to try to save. Not only do I got to save the black race, now I got to try to save the white race. Like, white race, what's happening? Don't adopt the same ideology, our same downfall, the same mindset that was the downfall of the black man in the black community was the victim mindset, looking at themselves as a victim and don't want to do anything to overcome their own problems, want to blame the white man for their problems. And look at the white people, want to blame the black people for their problems. Listen, man, we got to call it out. We got to call a spade when a spade is a spade, brother. And I think right now I'm the only person on the internet that's conservative, that's black, and that's really speaking this truth right here and pointing this out. I don't think that any other, I don't really do a lot of consuming information, so I'm sure there's a lot of smart people out there. So I'm sure maybe someone is speaking about it, but I'm going to make some clips about it. That's what I'm going to do. To put it in the forefront, to save the white people, to not fall into the victim mindset trap. All right. Good super chat. Let's see. I think Dane sent in another one real quick. Let me get to that one. And we got other super chats too I'm going to honor. Zandal, I see you in here complaining, which is what Kid Dreams told me. Zandal, stop whining, Zandal. You want some attention, Zandal? Come up on stream. All right, Dane says, if Crowder had the multiplicity of real relationships with black people, he wouldn't worry about the stats. He'd know personally he needs to come up to Alabama and actually get to know my people. B&W, okay, black and white people. Fair enough. Dane Snyder again says, Crowder is like Jane Woodall in this video. He's going into the barbershop to study the gorillas. I ain't impressed. Yeah, man, it's like, what you doing, bro? And you went into the same barbershop. Like, go into a different barbershop, nigga. He was like, oh, well, this is a safe barbershop to speak about these issues. Let me go back into this safe barber. Like, gay. Like, that's why you went into the same barbershop. He was like, oh, this is a safe one. These black people didn't. Oh, man. All right, fair enough. We got Mike Young sends in $2. I have a clip from the Leonarda chick. All right, well, send it to me. I'll react to it next time. We got Dane Snyder sends in $10. You had a guy last week saying for people like me to use the slur and was saying to F around and find out as if, yeah, man. I think I remember who you talking about, bro. Dude is dumb. Dane Snyder again says in $20. Dane in here supporting No D. He says, I ain't impressed with Crowder in the black barbershop. My barber is black and his shop is traditional. I was in there weeks ago debating out whether segregation was good or bad for blacks. Crowder ain't doing nothing special. Fair enough, man. We got Tyga says in $10. He says, all right, Cooley, I got to work in the morning, but I plan on bringing the smoke on the N-word. And if going to the barbershop is gay or not next time, thus saith the stash, prepare for battle. Okay, fair enough, man. I'm prepared for battle. We got Dane Snyder says in $5. I've lived my life like a marshmallow in a bowl of Cocoa Puffs. Crowder don't impress me. Yeah, man. Crowder don't impress nobody. Mosquitoes? Milk? I'm not sure what that says. Dane Snyder says $5 again. Dane always supporting, man. He says, how in the dang hell can you pronounce perspicacious but not manipulation or population? You playing us, fool. You playing us for a fool. Man, I could pronounce all of these words. It's just if I'm speaking fast and I'll be doing a whole lot, then I'll mispronounce a word, man. I ain't the best speaker. I'll be honest with you guys. Speaking to me is all new. Like before, I mean, that's like public speaking is I've been doing it for, 2.5 years now. I've been doing it for 2.5 years, public speaking. Before that, I was in sales, speaking to people on the phone, walking in person, speaking to people. But that's different than having a podcast. When you're having a podcast, you're speaking all the time. And I'll be honest, I'm not good at small talking. Small talkers, they're good speakers. Not only that, I'll be honest again, bro, I don't read a lot. I don't read enough. I need to read more. I don't read enough books, right? So that's just some of my inadequacies where I know that reading and writing would definitely help out with the public speaking, which I'm not a bad public speaker. I think that I tend to go viral. My content goes well. So I do great at public speaking. Currently, it has to be since I've been successful at doing it. But it's definitely levels to it, and I can pick it up, especially having friends in a game like, Marquette, Andrew Wilson, where, some of these people are experts at communication and things like that. So, yeah, man, it's levels to the game when it comes at communication. But at the end of the day, man, I think I'm doing pretty well. But I do appreciate the critiques. I appreciate it because it motivates me that I know that, all right, I need to step up my game. We got Dane Snyder. I think I read that one. We got Zandal sends in $2. She says, I'm allowed to cry and complain. You let me you let my op go. Well, who's your op? I don't know what you're talking about. Who's your op? Zandal? Who is your op? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let's bring this up. Let me know who's your op. And we got Edward sends in $10. Oh man, I appreciate this. And no chat, no question. He just sending in money. I like those. Shouts out to you. No Fugazee. I like the conversation. I enjoyed the debates earlier. I like the reaction. Here's my $10. Appreciate that. All right. I think that's it for the super chats for now. Okay, you said he was backstage. Who? Who was backstage? Oh, Jamlock. No, he wasn't backstage. Which guy was Jamlock? Let me see. No, Jamlock wasn't backstage. Who was Jamlock? What guy was that? The band dude. We banned him. He never came backstage. That's a lie. He probably lied to you. Okay, what kid said he was backstage? What guy? What was his name backstage? Because his name backstage, whoever comes backstage, it gives me the name that they put in, and nobody was named Jamlock. The dude that was arguing. What y'all talking about, bro? Oh, James Locks. I don't think I've seen him backstage. Maybe. Wait, did you ban him already? Oh, if he was backstage, then his camera wasn't on. James Lock. Oh, he was in a private chat, you said. Okay, yeah, I didn't even see it. So, bro, y'all should have told me. Y'all should have sent in the super chat and told me. But his video, it wasn't no video, though. I didn't see any, he didn't have his camera on. Well, Jamlock, if you in here now, man, come up. But we about to end stream anyway, man. So I'm sure he'll come in the stream next time I do one. All right, we got let's see here with these other super chats. Dane says, my barber Alan Dees is black. His dad was David Hillard of the Black Panthers. All of the barbers in his shop are black. When I'm in there, we're just men being men and ain't no cameras. Yeah, man, men being men, and like, that's a good thing, bro. All right, who else we got in here? We got Manny sends in $10. He says, LOL, if you have such a problem with what Crowder is saying or his sources, debate him then. Andrew's been on his show. Have him modded. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely debate Crowder. I'm not sure if he wants to debate me, but I mean, I do believe that, like, I've heard Crowder before, and a lot of the points and things that he says I would agree with, but just currently in this video, there's one stat that he brung up. Where is it? How did you calculate this? Educate me, because I'm not sure. And from what you even showed on your screen, I put it on my screen, that same FBI statistic, it did not correlate to what you said, right? The other things that I'm critiquing him on is this white fatigue thing, right? It's the victim mindset. So if he wants to debate on that, sure. But there's many things that we'll agree on. Currently, right now, I'm well prepared to debate him on he has the victim mindset. And I'll prove it very fast. I'll just demonstrate you guys how I would defeat him easily and prove that he has the victim mindset, and his motives and actions could be for clout, could be for money, could be because maybe he knows this content is going to get a lot of views, which it did, got over 1 million already in just a few days. It could be for that, but not also that if it is true, if he believes the things that he is saying, he's suffering from the victim mindset. Because what I'll do is I'll use his argument against him. I'll say that if the things that you are saying, you would agree that black people had their complaints too, which is like similar complaints, right? And to those black people, you would say, well, if the complaints are valid, well, okay, we'll address them. We'll address those points and acknowledge them. But if there aren't valid, if your statistics can't back it up, if the facts don't back it up and it's just feelings, you have the victim mindset. That's what you would tell those black people. So currently in the video, your stats isn't backing you up. So you got to say that you're suffering from the victim mindset, right? That's the argument. It's very simple. All right, let's continue on. Let's see what else we got in here. More chats in here. I appreciate y'all, man. All right. Dane Snyder again says, sits in $20. Shout outs to Dane, man. Dane supporting No D.
No Fugazi.
Fugazi. No Fugazi. Okay, here. Okay, reporters, early 1900s. No personal relationships, so all interactions viewed through lens of negative social media and news. Oh yeah, okay, that's pretty much what you said before. Yeah, I understand your take. Your take is, well, they're just looking at social media, and I agree with it. I think that a lot of these people that saying that they have black fatigue, they haven't even came in contact with a lot of black people to have black fatigue. Like, what are you talking about, right? It's just like black people like, bro, I'm suffering from systematic racism. Nigga, you a manager at a Fortune 500 company. What systematic racism? Barack Obama. Yeah, there's still systematic racism in our country. And this nigga the president. It's like, what are you talking about? Bro? Where are you getting this from? Victim mindset. That's what it is. All right, let's continue on. We had another chat in here. Let me see what else we had. I think that was it. Oh, another one from Dane Snyder. He says, Crowder's sources and points aren't necessarily wrong, but his perspective of white and black are way off. Well, the stat about, please someone educate me then, because I brung it up. And black people say brung. Brung isn't even. I brought it up. And it isn't true. Let me stop sharing. Let's share this. Like, I brought this stat up. He brought it up even on his own stream. Like, this is where he getting his sources from. And or maybe he worded it wrong. But, like, someone prove his point. If he's not wrong, Dane, prove his stat. Got to prove it. We need proof. This is No Fugazi podcast. We need proof. We need proof, man. All right. Well, let me get rid of that. All right, chat, man. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I'm finna wrap up. But I'll be back. And you know what? We can do a round 2 of the Black Fatigue with Snyder. We'll also react to Myron Gaines doing his college tour in Penn State. Seen some, I think I seen something that someone sent me because I'm reacting to this because the chat, my mods want me to react to this stuff. So I prioritize the things that they want me to react to, which I even switched around a whole thumbnail because Tyga hit me up, which is one of the mods. He's like, yo, the Crowder would be something, reacting to Steven Crowder would be dope. I'm like, oh, I didn't even watch that, but okay. Let me go ahead and react to it. And then the whole Myron Gaines as well, too. Heard Myron was cooking as usual, so we'll get a reaction to that. All right, chat. I've been streaming for long enough. Like the podcast before you go. Do this for me. Like the podcast, subscribe to the YouTube channel, click the bell icon. I will be going live on my podcast tomorrow at 9 p.m. I'll be doing a 2v2 debate on Modern Day Debate. And it's going to be a dope debate. So tune in for that. That's going to be tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a 2v2. I'm paired with someone, and we'll be going against, I guess, these two feminists. So it's going to be pretty cool. So tune in for that tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You'll see the thumbnail shortly. I'll go ahead and make a thumbnail to it, and I'll post it so it's scheduled. But other than that, this podcast is No Fugazi. Like the stream before you go. Subscribe if you already aren't. Follow me on all my social media platforms. That's in the description below. We'll be doing debate night again, and then we'll also finish up with this reaction. But I gotta eat. It's 12:30 where I'm at, and I've almost been streaming for 5 hours now. It's literally 4 hours and 40 minutes. So cut me some slack, man. But other than that, this podcast is No Fugazi. Peace.
No Fugazi.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long. Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in competition. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.